Odin gets eaten by the wolf, and then one of his sons steps in, Vidar, if I'm not mistaken, and kills Fenrir and avenges him. That's why I said not everyone. Thor's sons managed to make it through because they inherit his hammer. Balder actually steps up to the throne vacated by Odin. So, there's something left, but it does mention that the cycle repeats again because there are certain enemies Balder did not kill, and they're going to be the ones that kind of start the whole process over again. So this Ragnarok thing it's very cyclical. The world's completely destroyed. Yggdrasil is broken. From that emerged the two. Plus, we've got whoever's still resting in hell coming out of that rest, because like I said, there's no one there, and they've reached the end of their lives. So they'll probably be repopulating Asgard and many of the other realms. But Earth's renewed, and then the process begins again.
Cycles. That's really what it's about. Ragnarok is just one of the cycles. I mean, it's the main cycle because fucking everything gets destroyed. But it's the cycle after which everything starts anew. Starts again when basically the 4 cycles that there are. I mean, that's more going into the Indian, Aryan, I should say. Like the yugas. There are 4 yugas, 4 ages. Ragnarok, the apocalypse, whatever. It's the Kali Yuga. It's the final one, after which basically it starts all over again. And it will keep happening until, I believe, until our vibration as a people and the Earth's vibration itself is high enough to transcend to another dimension, to the next dimension, whether that be the 4th dimension or 5th dimension. 5th dimension is spoken about more, but like the 3D world is the physical world, you could say, and like your senses, touch, smell, all that stuff is more 4-dimensional because it's senses. So above that, when you no longer need your physical body, when you no longer need your physical senses, touch, smell, all that stuff, that is the 5th dimension. And from what I believe, I'm not sure if this is 100% correct, or if this is more like the New Age way of thinking. Be careful with that, by the way. That the cycles will keep happening until we actually reach that 5th dimension. But that's still, it's open for debate. It's open for discussion, which we're also doing now, because a lot of speculation is, okay, Ragnarok happens. The texts tell us what happens after. But that's concerning the gods. What happens with us?
Well, that's one of the things that I kept thinking about this since the last episode, and I can't remember if anyone brought this up or not. But you can actually look at us, just us physically as people. The first thing that happens to us, we're conceived, we're brought to term, we're born, then we start being nurtured, we're cared for. We begin to grow, we undergo adolescence, we start to kind of really develop.
Cycles of life.
Right, and then we become that adult, we fully mature, and then on a cellular level, we begin to break down. And we do everything that we can, whether chemically or dare I say it, even now cybernetically, because we do have things like cochlear implants, pacemakers. 3D printed limbs are a thing. They're just not very prevalent yet. I actually saw a guy with one of his legs below the knee had been amputated. He's walking around one of these like curve-shaped blades, and he's getting around better than most people with 2 legs.
Oh.
So we do have those means of preserving life, even when your health is just not at a very good level.
Well, is it really preserving life as much as it is preserving the physical body?
No, but think of it this way. Odin knows this is coming. It's told to him in the Song of the Seers. He knows it's coming, and he is doing everything he can to stave it off. Until finally he knows
by doing that, he actually made it happen because of the prophecy, because of sorry, I'm still a bit dull from training, adrenaline coming down and whatever.
Yeah.
Fenrir.
Mm-hmm.
By chaining up Fenrir, by locking him up, he is making the prophecy happen. He is basically creating a self-fulfilling prophecy.
True, but
it would happen no matter what he did, because if he didn't do anything with a wolf,
true,
it would grow too big, and yeah.
And that's really the difference between fate and destiny. Like, someone's fate is always, eventually you're going to die. You're going to pass on, and you'll leave a legacy. Now,
your body is going to die. Yes.
Right. What the
We're
legacy you leave behind.
the inevitable.
That's it. That's what Odin really thinks he's doing. He really honestly believes he's postponing the inevitable, especially when he brings Eric Blood, or he claims Eric Bloodaxe from the battlefield. And that is the first and only time he's ever questioned by anyone around him, because they're like, why would you do that? He was one of the best warriors on the field. Why would you just take him like that? And he had to admit to them, and he was ashamed to do it. He had to admit to them, okay, I haven't really been level with you. This event's coming, and we need all the help we can get. Not only that, he's kind of nerfed his chances a little bit, because there's talk of an exchange that he made with Freya, where he tried to learn Seidr. He wanted her to teach him. She wanted something in exchange. A lot of people love this innuendo that they slept together, and from my reading, that does not stack up. Because Freya then starts claiming the first half of any battle dead on the field. He gets what's left. And I'm like, how do you not put that together? Because that makes the most sense out of everything. That deal he made could have nerfed his chances.
Yeah, Freya and her Valkyries get first pick. So
exactly.
No disrespect to Wotan, of course, but basically he gets Freya's sloppy seconds.
What I've heard is actually Freya gets the honorable warriors, the honorable guys, whereas Odin gets the mean and bad men. Often, Odin doesn't care about your morality.
That would make sense, actually.
Yeah,
looking at masculine and feminine, it would make sense that Freya gets the more, the more honorable warriors, and not the, the brutes, so to speak. Because being a brute and just like other physically masculine, like just don't think, just do. That's.
Actually, she just got the pick of the litter.
It's a very
that's
masculine,
what I think too.
Yeah,
it's a very masculine trait. So yeah, it would make sense that Wotan, Odin, the the death god, the god of the hanged man, the god of like so many things that is just what we consider to be bad, but is just natural. Like, it would make sense that he gets the brutes, that he just gets the violent man who just like, who'll cleave your head and then ask if you're with them or not.
Yeah, I think that's why he claimed Eric Bloodaxe, because he knew Eric Bloodaxe killed his own brother on the orders from his father, because his brother was practicing Seidr. His father had found out that his own chief advisor had been practicing that and admonished him for it. And he's like, hey, you don't need to be looking at me. You need to take care of your own house. Your son's practicing it. His son had an entire network, and he had his son lured into one place, and his son, Eric, this guy's brother, came in and wiped them all out. That was one of those incidents where, Odin took notice. And I think that's why he claimed him, because he knew anyone who'd just kill his brother on orders from the father was probably not exactly the most honorable guy, and probably the most brutal on the battlefield, obviously. And that's why he claimed him. And as they're hearing something coming, and they're like, "What is that?" And Odin gets up, and it's Eric. Why would you do that? Then he has to come clean. And they're like, once again, things you could have told us yesterday. Thanks, dude. So, that's what I love about these gods. These gods, they're flawed, but they're not pretending to be anything that they're not. They know that their time is short, and they're having to deal with that, and we're seeing that. But when you kind of put it in relation to us, it's a great, if you want to buy into the fact that, or if you want to buy into this thought that it's a metaphor, we undergo the same thing. We're doing everything we can to keep our bodies going, even though we know we're only delaying the inevitable. And we've lost touch with the thoughts and beliefs in our reincarnation as well. And that's where the cycle starts all over again, is that reincarnation. So we do come back and we experience it again, because if you look, if someone lives their entire life in peace, then what opportunity did they have to die in battle? So that's why like a lot of these new people to the faith, they're like, that's where I want to go, is to Valhalla. And I'm like, you're gonna have to die a pretty violent death, dude. Take a seat. Let's talk.
Yeah, well, all the, I call them TikTok Vikings, who get their stuff from IKEA and role playing websites and whatever, I'm so fucking badass, and just like shave the sides of their head. No offense, Josh.
Hey, listen, I've kept this hairstyle my whole life. This has nothing to do with the culture. This has been me for decades.
Okay, it's all good. It was no jab towards you. Like I had it too for like years.
Oh,
but,
no.
Yeah, like those TikTok Vikings or whatever, they're all like, oh, to Valhalla, and I'm like, you do realize that you like actually have to die on the battlefield, right? Oh yeah, no problem, I'll do it for
you say
Odin.
that now. It's like,
and
how
then,
many of you have ever been in a fight? None? Okay.
Like the faintest sign of war or a fight, and they're like, I don't wanna. And it's like, dude, you want to go to Valhalla, right? There's the battlefield. Fucking go. Die an honorable death. And you'll go to Valhalla.
Maybe. If you die honorably,
Dude,
you're probably
Stein, we're talking about living in a world, though, where people don't even fight for their families anymore, dude. Like, who is it? Orson Welles said their demise will come in a way that will happen right before their face, but they'll never look up from their screens to notice.
Yeah.
I mean,
basically, it's already happening. Like, the world is collapsing right before our eyes, and everybody is just like, eh.
And thanks to the people Josh was just talking about, people like you and me, we're seen as LARPers. And it's like, I don't think you really understand.
Like, we're not the LARPers, man. And even if we are LARPing, that's not such a bad thing, though, because...
No, because this is actually a pretty good LARP, in my opinion. I mean, personally...
Oh, dude.
Like, I'm not one to dress in like a wolf's head cloak, although if I had one, I probably would. I'm more the type to pop on a cowboy hat and, want to crank out a farm or two, or some crops or something like that, and live my life like that. That to me would be a pretty fulfilling life. And of course, if I have to die defending it, well, at least I have something there to defend. You know,
Exactly.
If
Yep.
I have, especially if I have tribe and family on that land, I really have something to defend. You can bet that cowboy hat's coming off and the wolf folk's going on, because
Like-
it's not going to be pretty.
What do you think they want to feed us soy and bugs and like have
That's
us
exactly it.
like
To placate people, to make them docile. Everything they do with chlorine and fluoride
lower-
and soy and
to
estrogen in
lower
the
our
meat.
testosterone to basically non-existent levels. Like people from like my age nowadays, I'm fucking 30 years old. The like most of the well men my age have testosterone levels of a 75-year-old or an 80-year-old, and they're
Tell when you
30
talk to
fucking
them.
years old.
Yeah.
Dude, have you see the episode of Joe Rogan where they were talking about the taint sizes? I know it's kind of crude, but they're saying there's like millions of ways scientifically they're showing that testosterone levels are dropping, estrogen levels are dropping naturally in women, testosterone levels are dropping naturally in men. What they're doing is they're feeding us full of chemicals to basically androgenize everybody.
Yeah, like you start with reversing the genders first, or like making them equal, because like new wave feminism is more like first it was like, oh, we can be equal to men, then it was we are equal to men, and now it is we are men.
Well, think about this, Stein. When we were growing up, puberty was a thing that was confusing, right?
Oh,
Now
yeah.
they're teaching all of these kids, well, if you're confused during puberty, you must be gay. And that's
Yeah, or worse,
it's a
transgender.
fucked
And
up
well,
concept.
Well, I gotta say this. I'm really, oh man, I'm super fortunate. I consider myself super fortunate because when I was growing up, and adolescence and puberty were an extremely confusing time because I really didn't have anyone to really sit down and tell me what was going on. So here I am as a, preteen teenager, and I'm picking up X-Men comics, and I'm finding these like tougher than nails mutants who are trying to make sense of the world around them. Why does the world hate us? We didn't ask for this. This just happened to us. And their bodies undergo different changes, manifesting different abilities, call them powers if you want. And they're having to be guided by this parent figure in Professor Xavier. And I found like Wolverine was the one I related to because I can remember feeling very, very angry about a lot of things going on. I mean, I just found out I'd been lied to by people I trusted with my spiritual development. And, that kind of thing does not go away easily. Having to deal with those kinds of that range of emotions and stuff like that. The Incredible Hulk, even though he was doused with like gamma radiation, which would actually kill you. Spider-Man, all these kinds of like heroes, those were ones I could relate to personally. Even though I wasn't rich or an orphan, I could still relate to Batman. Even though I wasn't an alien, I could still relate to Superman. Those were goals to which to aspire from that Wolverine state. Yet, I mean, Wolverine and Punisher reminded me a lot of my dad. So naturally, I thought those were great. Great models to look up to. And that's what the newer kids are missing. Now they're being told, well, let's put you on puberty blockers. It's like, whoa, hold on. Like the kid can't even the kid's not even of age to determine whether or not he can get a tattoo.
Josh, we're getting an echo from your end.
All right, hold on one second. I think my Bluetooth speaker just kicked on.
Oops.
Again.
Sorry
By
about
the
that.
way, Deep Share, welcome. Good to have you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but I'm not hearing Deep Share.
I think he's muted.
How's that? Is that better?
That's
That's a lot
Yeah,
better.
I should
Now we
probably
can
turn my
actually hear
mic
you.
on.
Oh, that's
Thanks for having me, guys. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Okay, well, since we have like 6, which apparently is the magic number, like we had 6 the first time, we had 6 the second time. I guess we could start recording. It's funny, like there are actually only 2 people here now who were on episode 1 and 2. It's me and Josh. Like, basically, we're the podcast OGs at this point.
Nice.
The original.
The tribal hosts, anyways.
Yeah. You know, I think we've done the most podcasts together too, just on a whole range of topics. Speaking of, we're really gonna need a set date for part 2, for the series that we got into now.
I totally agree.
Bro, you just keep coming up with stuff. Like, we're never gonna run out of content.
Dude, I've found a lot of stuff that I need to send you anyways. I've been working on writing and making NFTs and shit out of boredom. So I'm I gotta get back into looking into a few things that I had taken notes on before. That next Little People podcast is gonna be pretty.
Yeah. That's gonna be pretty cool. Okay. 6 of us. Raven, are you gonna
I'm still here. Just taking care of a little eye problem right now.
Okay, cool. Let's see. Then I am going to start the recording. Just record on this computer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the Greyhorn Pagan Podcast. This is Ragnarok episode 3 already. Never thought we'd get to a 3rd episode. Never thought that we'd have so much to talk about concerning Ragnarok and the end times and the yugas and all of that stuff. So, guys, thank you all for being here. First things first, I want to wish a very happy birthday to Raven Wulfgar.
Happy birthday.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday, man.
Thank you.
Survived
Birthday, dude.
another year.
This is 44, and to think I hesitate.
44. Oh, that's a good
Yeah.
number.
44.
It's gonna be a magical year, bro.
I actually had a lady at work when I told her I was taking off for my birthday, and she looks at me and she goes, "Oh, so what are you turning 28, 30, what?" And I went, 44, and she was like, "No." I went, "Yeah." I had to pull my license and show her. I'm like, "Yeah, 1978. That's when I was born." And she was like, "How the hell do you do it?" I was like, "Lots of water."
That's
of
a
water
great
will keep you
compliment.
moisturized. You're fine. Don't spend a lot of time in the sun. You'll be all right.
That's a great compliment. Okay, let's just start with the introductions first, since we have only 2 people at the moment who are here for part 1 and part 2. It's me and Child of Ash. So, birthday boy, how about you introduce yourself first? Tell the good people where they can find you and how they can congratulate you.
Oh, absolutely. Name's Raven Wulfgar. I read tarot, oracles, and runes. I do that Monday through Friday on YouTube, BitChute, CloudHub, Rumble, and Odyssey. I do have a link tree where you can find me on any social media. If you want a private reading, you throw me something off the Amazon wish list. Anything 35 and under gets you 2 readings and a birthday reading. And anything over that, we talk about it. I tend to add a couple more readings, so you can get like double the readings just by kind of like going above that $35 tier if you want. Of course, that's all voluntary. If that's not your thing, you can just enjoy the free videos. Today we did a live stream, and I was just kind of giving away 3 card readings. And this Saturday there will be a live stream, and that will consist of anyone donating to the coffee page for the tribe gets a 3 card reading. Anything like if you subscribe to the Patreon, I give you 6 cards. So definitely check us out then, and hopefully we'll raise some more money for the tribe and get some better videos going. And also I'm an avid tabletop role player, so you will probably hear some of those references in here today.
Which is exactly why we're happy to have you here, because mythology and role-playing games, it has a lot of overlap.
Yeah.
So, all right, next one, Mr. Light Elf. We haven't seen you before. We haven't really seen you in the tribe, not on Telegram at least. You are active on our minds, of course. So introduce yourself and just tell the good people where they can find you.
I'm a writer for the most part from Norway. I have slimmed my presence on the internet quite radically, you can say. So I'm not on Telegram, but I'm on Minds. Other than that, I have an art channel called Lysalm, which means light off. Yeah. And most of what I have done is not in English, so yeah.
Okay, short but sweet. Mr. Worlock, welcome. Good to have you here. Introduce yourself.
Good to be here. I am Sarkastic Worlock. You can find me in the deepest, darkest holes on Telegram, but I'm usually on there just ranting like a madman. You could also check out my show called High Magic. It's with James True. You can find it on YouTube. But yeah, for the most part, I just study. Moved to a giant forest out in Kentucky country, and I'm figuring out how to homestead in a forest, which is a whole new ball game for me. Loving it, man.
Yeah, we've seen pictures, we've seen posts. It looks great, man, and great to have you here. We have another podcaster on the show as well, Deep Share Podcasts. Tell us
what's going on. Yeah, I'm Andy Rouse from the Deep Share Podcast. And again, really appreciate you inviting me on here. This sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. You can find me at the Deep Share on social media. You can find me on all the regular podcast outlets and YouTube and Odyssey. I'm all over the board. I mean, I'm fascinated by consciousness, but I'm also fascinated by our antiquity. And the more I look into things, the more I see that a lot of our history has been relegated to fiction and fairy tales. So that's kind of my part of this. And I've been researching what's called the Box Saga for quite a while. It's one of, not the only, but one of, a few very suspicious and interesting tales from the North that I think has played a huge role in our history. And everything's coming to light, man.
Box Saga is a interesting text for sure. I've been seeing more about it. It's picking up a lot of steam in the heathen and pagan communities as well. So
yeah, supposedly reported like 2 million people are interested in the Box Saga these days or so. I mean, I don't know where they get those numbers anyway, though, right?
2 million is quite a lot.
It's a lot,
like
right?
Worldwide,
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
worldwide.
I'll believe it.
Worldwide. I mean, it's an interesting story nonetheless, like even if some of it's not completely true, if some of it's obscured or misinterpreted or whatever, it leads to a much deeper core story that all cultures kind of relate back to without knowing it. It almost out of muscle memory, it seems. It's like, if we've had something in the past that lasted a really long time, it probably plays out as almost human nature at this point with all the symbolism and everything. So yeah, it's an interesting story. And outside the podcast, I'd have to agree with Mr. Worlock. My wife and I are trying to figure out how the hell to get as far away from, the state, quote unquote, as you can, and buy a bunch of land. And we're growing tons of food on the small plot of land we have right now, but we're just hoping that this is a microcosm to the eventual macrocosm.
Nice.
So yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for coming on. And last but not least, another hopeful potential homesteader, farm owner, Mr. Joshua Fortini, Chadavash, bro. Good to have you.
Great to be back, man. I love these conversations. Can't wait to dig into the meeting of this one tonight, dude. Everybody here should know where to find me. I mean, if not, Telegram, the tribe, Minds. I'm a all over there. Joshua Thane of the Greyhorn Pagans. So you can find me in the tribe screaming my head off most of the day.
Yeah, I believe that. Like most times, if there is stuff posted in the tribe, it comes from you. So you're very active. We've done a lot of podcasts together too, and like you're here again for episode 3. So yeah, great to have you. Great to have you all, and yeah, let's kick it off. We've been talking a bit before we started the recording. So who wants to kick it off? Who has?
Can I spark it off with a question?
Sure.
Who does any of you guys familiar with the Celtic Tuatha De Danann? And then there's another group called the Tuath Day. All right. The Tuath Day is the tribe of the gods. And from every piece of writing that I could find, it says that the tribe of the gods, the Tuath Day, basically are immigrants from Northern Europe that were a group of migrant gods that came down and taught them things. And I just stumbled upon that the other day, and it just struck me. You know, like I did not realize that link was even there. Has anybody else seen anything or read into this?
Yes. Yeah, I'm quite familiar. It seems like I'm not the only one, which is great.
Yeah.
Tuatha De Danann, that's also the children or tribe of Danu. So it takes you in a number of different directions too. But my colleague and I have researched quite a bit, and he links it to the tribe of Dan as well. So that's an interesting kind of trail to go into, because it's like the whole lost tribe, 13th tribe and all that, and it kind of ties into Bach Saga as well.
Yep.
But yeah, the Tuatha De Danann was supposedly very similar to the Anunnaki in legend. And what's interesting too is that there was also a Tuatha De Anu. So I mean, you kind of have that link there. And this is all across like Scythia, the Armenian Highlands, like this whole area, Ireland, Scotland, Northern England, all had these same types of tall, blonde or red hair, blue or green eyed, quote unquote, gods. Same with Quetzalcoatl and all the rest in Mesoamerica, Viracocha. They have all these same. Yeah. So, and yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing. I've been coming at it the angle of like, and the UFO community absolutely hates this, but I mean, I'm taking away their toys, taking away their ancient aliens, and just switching the L and the R. It's like ancient Aryan, basically.
You can take it even further and bring it into the Book of Enoch.
Oh,
like
yeah.
When you look at what I had this interesting thing. I was Christian all my life, was a pastor for a while, and then went to ministry school, all that kind of thing, and then ditched all of it. Got really nihilistic atheist with it for a while, and then started getting into paganism. So
it's a good path.
Yeah, I love it. Wouldn't change a thing. But one of the things that I kind of, when I started re-examining the Bible, I started looking at it from a whole different perspective, and started seeing it more as a propaganda piece. And this became really interesting when I started getting into the Book of Enoch, because when you start thinking of it this way, now the Book of Enoch, what were the crimes of the Watchers who were punished by Yahweh and cursed by Yahweh? Like, what did they do? And it's basically exactly what Child of Ash described. Like, they showed up, they started helping people, and you could, if you like, I tend to think that everything is metaphor. So if you kind of roll with that metaphor, they descended from above. They came down from the north. Call them Hyperboreans, Atlanteans, whatever the hell you want. But I think that I'll call them Hyperboreans because I like that best. I think that they sort of descended from the north, and in a really funny shape. I don't know if we're allowed to say, but kind of migrated down from there, and that books like the Book of Enoch in the Bible were designed specifically to demonize these people. Like, how dare you come and start distributing knowledge to people who didn't have it? It seems like every time you have a group of strong people, like what Aryan actually represents, the word itself, anytime you have that, there's going to be a splinter fraction that breaks off and starts enforcing slavery, and basically the shadow of the Aryan emerges.
Right. And it's also quite interesting that, like, for instance, in this Bach saga, how many of you guys are familiar with Bach saga?
A little.
Okay.
Not at all,
So
unfortunately.
that's a
little.
whole
Much
nother rabbit hole.
curious.
I don't think it should all be explained because it's a whole nother thing. But considering this is Ragnarok, Bach saga has 3 Ragnaroks in the story. The third being what you're describing right now, which is when the Catholics sent a papal army, whatever, to this place called Udenma, which was also called Hell, which is now called Helsinki, and destroyed the last of these northern people and basically shrouded it from history. So
Yeah. Have you guys seen the flag from the Isle of Man?
No.
It's 3 legs standing in a triangle, and on one leg is a
yeah.
crown, on another leg is a falcon, and on the other leg is a crow. And if you look, those legs are moving in a certain direction. There is a cycle of, let's call it the pagan gods, the crown, and the one god, all ruling in a cycle.
Right.
And if you look at the Isle of Man, it's sitting with the crown at the top now on the bottom leg. If it keeps moving, the crow will be at the top and the falcon will be at the bottom. The crown will be on the right.
It's very similar to that, like, serpent versus eagle symbolism too. It's very similar, it just goes in rotation.
Yeah,
you can
you'll
even
see
that in the Bible
a lot.
Yeah.
You'll see that a lot. Isn't it on, like, even the flag of Mexico has some like that?
The eagle defeating the serpent.
Yes.
Yeah, like a lot of defeating serpents or chasing away serpents. Speaking of Ireland, like chasing away the serpents, which is thought to be the Druids, the pagans. And since we're also live on YouTube at the moment, so sorry that I didn't disclose that for now, but I'm trying to check both chats, and I have an interesting comment here. The Havi lands. One interesting thing I heard is that Norway comes from a Finnish king who went to Norway, and his name was Nori, and therefore it became Nori's way, Norway. Like kind of tying into the Bok saga, I think, because that is a kind of an alternative writing of like of pagan history. Same with the very much debated and even hated Ura Linda.
Actually, there were two kings called Nur and Gur. This is in the legendary sagas. And Nur was gifted the inland, and Gur was gifted all the islands. So they kind of divided the realm between them. So Norway is not related to the north, the way to the north at all. It's the way to Norse realm.
Yeah, you should know, obviously. Can you
No,
explain a little more, because that is like, it is your territory, like literally.
No, it's not really well known by people, so yeah, it's kind of a bit of a hidden lore there. But I believe the Norwegian royal bloodline, that the Ynglinger, they came from Sweden, but they are also related to giants from the east, and you
Josh
can
and I
place
know all
it.
about giants.
You can place them in Siberia, but unfortunately, I can't remember the name of one of those kings. So sorry.
That's
in
okay.
Ragnarok, it describes during the calling of Ragnarok that the giants come from, I think it's 2 different directions, and then another group of giants comes with the final warriors and Odin, if I'm not mistaken. But as the 3 roosters chime off, the giants come with different groups. Like you have this group of giants with this group of dead, and then you have like the unrighteous dead and the giants from the south with Surt, and he is a fire giant from the south, and we've had that discussion in the last one. That Surt was actually that maybe their directions were literal, and if you look at where that tale was originated, where it stemmed from Germany, in that area of northern Germany, where it branched out from, that's a good north, south, east, and west point to break it down from. And you can see which country is in just about every direction. And I think when we're talking about it, Surt is the fire giant from the south, or the black giant. And if you look from that area, you have like Italy, Sardinia, Africa, what is the name of that other area? Cappadocia. Whereas not Cappadocia. Where the Temple of Baalbek is.
Just Asia Minor, basically. Lebanon, Turkey, Syria.
Lebanon, in that area. But I think it's very literal.
Are you familiar with Cave Song? There's a short Norse tale called Cave Song, at least in my language. And it's about the Danish king acquiring 2 female slaves, and they are literal giants. And he puts them to work with grinding millstones together, and they're able to grind riches, and they keep grinding, and they create a golden age out of these riches. So like there's a perpetual peace. No one is killing anyone. Even if someone found their brother's murderer bound before them, that person would not be killed. So it was like this golden age created. But he abuses that gift, the Danish king. I can't remember his name. And he keeps telling them to work, and they get tired. So at the end, they shatter the whole thing, the entire grindstone, and they unleash chaos again. And I find that very interesting, that the giants are able to create a temporary golden age for Scandinavia, because that's what the myth says. And that myth has been and they tossed this grindstone into the ocean, and it keeps turning. So that's why the ocean is salty. And this tale has continued in more modern, or not modern, but in fairy tales. So that there are folklore tales about this grindstone that creates salt in the ocean. But in those
it's interesting that you're talking about like the grindstone, like keep grinding in a circular motion, and from that coming a golden age. It's you could say that they're literally like grinding, cycling into a golden age.
Yeah, like the circular movement.
It's interesting how in like just so many ways and in so many tales you'll find like references to cycles and the golden age. And going back a little to the Tuatha De Danann and them supposedly coming from the north, I'd say
not
that
the
it's
Tuatha De Danann. The Tuatha De Danann are the tribe of Danu. The Tuath De.
Oh,
but clearly they're coming from the same. I mean, they're talking about the same groups.
It's the grandfathers of the Tuatha De Danann, basically.
Oh, that's interesting. But them supposedly coming from the north, like there are a lot of theories going around that it's not. I mean, we all know the out of Africa theory is bunk. Like we know by now that's like, yeah, maybe there was a cradle of humankind of civilization in Africa, but it was not the cradle.
See, that's what I believe.
Sorry to everyone who disagrees with that. Sorry to everyone who feels politically attacked now, but it's what we believe, and this is our podcast. We can speak freely.
It's also
But
about
it
like
gives-
where you draw your line, where the timeline begins, because there's many cradles, after many disasters.
I think there are many cradles for many different races.
That's
I
that
can't
too.
say
That too.
Their cradle of life theory completely bunk. I just think it doesn't relate to every race. I think it fits perfectly for the race they're describing. I think it does not for the nomadic Germanic tribes and the Nordic tribes. I don't think they came from the same cradle. I mean, we have tribes that we know came from the Caucasus Mountains, from the Mongolian mountains,
the literal
and
Caucasians.
from the Negroid Mountains. So, I mean, that's where they got the names from.
Isn't it interesting that Europeans have the highest amount of Neanderthal blood? Is it like 4%?
Yeah, especially
and Asians
in
have
Northern
like
Europe, I believe.
Yeah.
No, that is interesting because they tell us there are so many like ancestors. We have so many ancestors. Like it's not just the what is it like 4 or 5 that we got taught in high school. Like there is now like between every there are like another 3 ancestors, and they're pushing the timeline even
the
further back now.
Shook that up when we really found the Denisovans, when we found the proof of solid Denisovan evidence. That's when it shook stuff up, because not only did we find the proof of that, we also found very skilled made jewelry that was like basically machine polished and metal that was little gold rings hooked into a partial jade circle that was probably once part of a bigger ring. I mean, it was like really fine machined stuff. And this is with a race of people that was 12 to 16 feet tall in the upper mountains of Russia. Now
also,
we're finding
Wolf Cave. Have you guys heard of the Wolf Cave in Sweden?
No. Do tell.
It's in Kristinestad. It's near Finland. The upper part, it's like this cave that they found, and the speculation is that the tools found would be Neanderthals, like the oldest known Neanderthals at like 120,000 to 130,000 years ago in these Nordic countries. So that's a huge indication of these older civilizations as well, these gods.
Interesting that you mentioned that timeline, because I remember something. There is this creator, this archaeologist that I follow on YouTube, Minuteman. He's got a fucked up name, but he has a video on a 130,000-year-old mastodon kill in North America. And besides just the mastodon remains, they found human remains as well, and like just weapon injuries, like cuts in the bone of that mastodon. And supposedly that pushes the timeline for like humans arriving in North America, or just being in North America, pushes it back like another couple 10,000 years. And there are so many things found that push the timeline just so far back. And I'm not just talking like everybody thinks that Neanderthal, like, they're basic cavemen, like big skull, little brain, just all broad, no brain. No, they had
a bigger brain than us.
Yeah, again,
Yeah.
it's more propaganda. It's the same stuff from Book of Enoch. It's that whole you should hate them. That's why it's okay to go find them and kill them. You know, like it goes to North America. The mound builders were slaughtered by the natives. So when the Vikings showed back up again, you know, they were reclaiming their ancestral soil. It was, I don't know, man. Politics and history
like
don't mix.
We ended the last podcast on that note that we were talking about the giants sinking back into the earth.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he's talking about the mound builders. And I think that is the cycle. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
We have something happening where everybody is basically chased off into the caves.
Yeah.
Who's going to survive but the biggest, the strongest, and the baddest, right?
Yep.
So eventually you're going to wind up with this race of alpha males again through selective breeding, right?
Exactly.
But then a couple more decades go by in the cave system, and then you have people starting to come out again, right? Now you have people that have been out of the caves. Like we wind up with this broken culture, right? Like we have people that are currently living in primitive states still to this day in a world of technology and information, right? Because their tribe has been living that way for millennia, and they are going to continue. Now, those people will probably be, if something happens, they'll be the first one up into the caves and the first ones back out, because they're the most comfortable with their native area. They know how to farm. You know what I mean? They know everything that they're looking for. The people that manage to survive, that are chased up into the caves, that are not native to those areas, they may be able to dominate for a little while and steal food and get by that way and maybe make it. But then you wind up with this breakdown again, where you have the worst part of humanity surviving. And, you know, that's basically where we're at. And at the end of the cycle, it says, you know, you have a breakdown where the moral end of humanity just shatters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still think.
Sorry, go ahead.
I still think that there's a contingent, a very large contingent, that is in Inner Earth. I think there are multiple factions within Inner Earth that emerge after, because the cataclysms would be different there. So, and I think that these people act as missionaries that emerge after cataclysm on the surface. And like the story goes, like I think Odin, Krishna, that these were actual historical figures that came and distributed new knowledge to people. I think wherever you go, I mean, look at the Hopi Indians, and they talk about the Ant-Men that brought them out of the caves, you know, after the end, you know, kept them safe and sheltered, and then pulled them out. And I think that there are these contingencies of people, these different factions that even might war. I mean, if you look into some of the old Middle Ages UFO accounts, there's some real interesting stuff about like battles happening over Munich, you know, real wild accounts, like things happening in the sky, and they're like, oh, angels and demons are fighting. But I think it's these contingencies that come out and try to teach man to be, you know, okay, this time maybe don't be such an asshole, and you know, let me help you. And then we eventually, just like it always goes, you kill off all the missionaries, and there you go.
It also kind of seems like we have a return of the king kind of situation within the cycle, like, you know, Joseph Campbell's hero's adventure, where like this, like, you know, the more natural, the more obviously, you know, the pagan heathen way is like the underdog in our society. Oh, it has been for as long, even those who like are Catholic and accept that and kind of know history but are still Catholic, even though they know what the Catholics did. It's like, it still just perpetuates, you know, they're the underdog. But then there's this archaic revival. McKenna has been talking about it. Like, so it's coming up. This cycle is turning over, as we were talking about before. And it's like the return of the savior, return of the king, return of all of it. Yeah. It's this story that just kind of continues over and over into like a never ending story. And it is interesting that Tolkien was obsessed with Finnish folklore and grammar. And after he learned about things like the Bok Saga, Possibly, that's what we think. He wrote his first Elven language.
I call it the rising of the black sun, or the return of the goddess, or the transition into, the golden age, which, the Greeks talked about the need for there to be this catalyst age that would go from the age of iron to the golden age, and to begin the cycle over again. This is like the
Alchemy.
Yuga of heroes. That's what I think
Yeah,
that
the
we're
heroic
in right
cycle.
now.
Yeah, no, that's exactly why I'm happy to have a physical copy of
Great
Julius
job.
Evola Revolt Against the Modern World. I have it on audiobook too. It's much easier. I can just listen on the go and whatever. But I purposefully opened it on the chapter 28, the cycles of decadence and the heroic cycle, because I thought it would be so incredibly relevant for this, because it is indeed talking, about the Greeks, and talking about the Nephilim, the primordial, powerful and divine race of androgynous beings, may be related with the period in which the Nephilim were men of renown. It is the race of the Golden Age,
Yes.
Yeah, well, the Bach Saga also kind of relates this Nephilim story, where like at one point we have this breaking away from the north, and according to the Bach Saga, they talk about the Dan line and the Sven line creating the all the kingdoms after the north. And I kind of lost my place there for a second. I'm sorry, guys.
Don't worry, we got time.
The Greek historian, I think, called Herodotus, he speaks about this Tuleb population, and then he claimed that they are descended from the trees, and that's obviously the same as the Norse thought about themselves.
Oh yeah, the Nephilim story, right? Yeah. We have these gods from the north coming down and mating with the daughters of man. It's like kind of, I've also related it to like the Romeo and Juliet story as well, because it's a archetype that plays out, and this whole fall is kind of described in Christianity and Catholicism is just a reflection of this old world being kind of like mingled into the new world. It was really interesting to look at it like that, like the fall of Lucifer. Even you can look at it like this.
I had a different perspective on this blood mingling. I was considering the possibility that, say, Atlantis or Hyperborea were to crash, and you're trying to give knowledge to these people that don't know any of the stuff that you know. What's the quickest way you can do that? Straight through blood. You give your blood in this way, and your offspring are now one step closer to you. They're practically you at this point. If we're tracing it down through the paternal line, then this is a massive key in I think human genetics.
And that's why there's a lot of messing with the blood going on.
Exactly.
That's why, like, the whole jab thing, I don't want to get too far into that. That's all politics. I don't do politics. Everyone knows that. Anyway. Exactly. But like, it wasn't, we all know that it doesn't cure shit. It doesn't stop shit. But what it does is it messes up your blood. It messes up your arteries, like so many coroners now finding what are they called again? Blood clots, just huge blood clots. Sometimes just like literally in the whole artery is just one blood clot, like several feet long.
And they're fibrous. That's the other thing. Is these are like long fibers of something in the bloodstream which they're pulling out. And I have to ask, has anyone ever like read through Robert E. Howard's Conan stories?
I have. I was going to ask you guys about that.
All right. because it bringing up the civilization aspect of things. And Josh, I think your speakers are feeding back again. I could definitely hear myself over them. But with Conan primarily following him, Conan was not, it didn't turn out like the movie. He just left his tribe at something like 15 years old. By the time he was 17 is when his adventures really began, and he was a pretty good hulk of a beast even then. He only got bigger as time went on and more stories came out. But what Conan does and what he illustrates, he has a disdain for society unless it benefits him. And you can tell even in the stories where he's king and he rules over this kingdom of Aquilonia. He's very fair. He's in fact he very much rules always on the side of his people. He doesn't abuse power. He's not interested in it. The one thing that bothers him is he is not out there adventuring. He's not out there in the rocks. He's not out there in the forest. He's not out there in the elements. And you can tell it doesn't sit well with him because he's constantly lamenting this. He does not like civilization because civilization, always and forever, it has to be protected by rough, hard people. And once you turn against those rough, hard people who are protecting your civilization, you descend into degeneracy, you descend into decadence. Once that happens and everybody's too fat, lazy, and otherwise just, self-absorbed, shall we say, to defend the civilization, then here come the barbarians. And that by the time they're at the gate, it's too late, you're overrun, and now everyone's enslaved. Over time, until someone either A, fights back, or the barbarism is now integrated into that civilization, can the whole cycle begin again. And we're talking about Ragnarok, and we're looking at cycles. This is the big cycle that Howard talks about. And Howard grew up in a time where the stories of the Wild West were like the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And I'm only about maybe a generation or two removed from that kind of thing. Because I've told this story before about my great-grandfather. To cut it short, my great-grandfather had been shot in the back by another man. And back then, you could shoot a man dead, get your horse and a little bit of gear, ride 50 miles into the next town. No one knew who you were. You could tell them whatever you want. No one was checking IDs. So this guy shot my great-grandfather in the back. My great-grandfather survived, but he was disabled from it. So at the tender young age of 12, he buys my grandfather his first revolver and his first rifle. Every morning, gets him up on a horse, takes him for a ride, shoot the top of that fence post, shoot that knot hole in that tree. And over time, my grandfather gets better at shooting. By the time he's about 18, he purchases one of the first pump-action shotguns on the market. 19 years old, there's a knock at the door. He and my great-grandfather get up, they answer the door. There's a woman there telling my great-grandfather, the man who shot you is back in town. We've all seen him. And so my grandfather goes to make sure he stays where he is. And my great-grandfather tells him, don't let him, aim that rifle at you. He will kill you. Well, grandfather's over there. He's knocking at this guy's door. Finally, this woman answers, telling him over and over he's not here. He sees movement just over her shoulder, moves her out the way, whips his shotgun up, and fires. From there, he just hauls ass. He goes and he finds the constable and my great-grandfather. They go back. My grandfather had killed this guy, like just literally shot him dead. And the constable looks, brings my great-grandfather over, says, "Is this the man who shot you?" He says, "Yep." He positively identifies him. And he says, "Okay, well, it's a self-defense shooting, because hey, his rifle was right there in his hand. He was about to take me off the census prematurely here." So imagine living in a time like that, where if that were to occur today, suddenly, you know, my great grandfather probably would have been painted as he deserved it. What was he doing around that guy? And oh, my grandfather's now a murderer. You know, that's the kind of attitudes that the slow decline has actually generated to this point. And we could see that complete degeneration from, you know, from having heroes, from having those ideals and things to look up to, you know, He-Man, Thundercats, X-Men, Superman, so on and so forth, to now that's all toxic masculinity. You know, the ladies can't even have She-Ra anymore. Because, well, that's toxic. That's you know, that's something males gave you. And honestly,
now,
I can see
now we have She-Hulk.
Oh,
The show about nothing.
oh,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Seinfeld was a show about nothing, but they made it work.
Right.
Well, you knew they were self-centered from the start. I mean, every
Yeah.
character in there was self-centered, and they let you know that, and they made it kind of comical. This makes it, I mean, if you're going to base your civilization on what you see there, it's gone from the comically narcissistic to the cringe narcissistic, the self-absorbed,
Yeah.
the complete degeneration. I'm saying it now. It's probably not long before the barbarians are at the gate, and there are going to be very precious few to stand up. And those precious few who will stand up, mark my words, will absolutely be demonized for standing up. Like there's nothing.
Fuck, we're
Already
demonized
are.
standing up already.
Yeah, it's already happened. I mean,
It's been it's a slow burn.
But watch what happens when that precious few actually stands and says, no, you're not going to come in and just take our neighborhoods. You're not going to take this. You're not going to take that. I don't care what you think you're entitled to. This is mine. I worked for it. I paid for it. You're not getting it. When they fight back, when they push back, the demonization's only going to get worse. And the whole point of that kind of propaganda is not, I mean, these people, they know they're hypocrites.
Yeah.
And they don't care if they're hypocrites.
Right.
What
They just
they're
hope you
trying to-
believe it.
Right. What they're trying to do is
Hypocrisy is a feature.
exactly. It's a demoralization campaign.
Absolutely.
Dude,
the
I'm
fall of the
actually
West.
working on a book about exactly this, the fall and resurrection of the hero. This is the whole topic of my study the last couple years. Has been exactly this, because I think it is the most important thing, and this is the age where it's going to make a comeback. And you know, if you start getting into Nietzsche, I don't know how you guys feel about Nietzsche, but he goes on and on about how the underman exists for a purpose, and the purpose of the underman is not you know, to take power, but you know, as mediocrity rises, it becomes a platform for the overman to build himself off of and step off of. Like they serve the overman without even knowing it, and the rise of the overman is the fault of the underman. And I think that this is a big part of what's happening. If you notice, going back to somebody brought up Lucifer earlier, if you go back to Catholicism and look at the inclusion of Lucifer into the Vulgate, it doesn't even belong there. It was just two monks having a beef, and one of them just decided he was going to rename this portion of the Bible that he got stuck translating, that he was just going to throw the word Lucifer in there to demonize Bishop Lucifer, because Bishop Jerome was let me just tell you, he spoke Hebrew fluently, and he did the translation in Bethlehem. So you can make whatever insinuations you want at that point, but he was very keen on the idea that Bishop Lucifer was this terrible person, because he didn't want these groups that had declared Jesus to not be divine, which is like huge and breaking with Catholicism. And if there's a certain tribe that is constantly trying to push forward this idea, so it was sort of funny how you wind up with the very what I see in this age is the very first subversion, which is the flipping upside down and then twisting of the subject, so that the subject can't be recognized as what it originally was. This is the first subversion of the hero within Christianity that I've seen. And so what I kind of think is happening here is, for the last couple thousand years, the hero, the internal archetype of the hero with a capital H, has been subverted within the culture itself, so that the hero becomes like, what do we see in cinema now? It's all anti-heroes. It's all a hero is somebody who just hasn't fallen yet. It's always just a matter of time before they screw up and become the villain. And oh yeah, we could always feel for him. Like, they took Thanos and turned him into some sort of sympathetic villain, which you can't even have a proper villain these days. But the hero itself is a very similar concept, where the entire point of what this archetype is now lost. It's done on purpose over and over and over. You see it in Luke Skywalker. You see it like just name it. You guys have the examples. But I think that the entire motivation of this is because these archetypes are internal. And when it comes time for you to act out of the hero side of you, like a bear comes to your door, and all of a sudden you have the need to draw on that inner archetype of the hero. When you go and reach for it and you pull it out of you and you act out of it, that hero now is just a complete subverted monster who's just gonna lose his family and then cry about it for the next 50 years because he didn't do shit. And that's what the subversion of the internal archetype has become. It's what it's led to. But the black sun is rising, man. This stuff, it can be undone. And I've like witnessed it with many people as well as myself, that you can take a coward and show him what it is to be an actual hero, give him something to aspire to again. I think that we're in the time of it.
Because there are 3 stages that Nietzsche points out to the overman, if you know what those are. There is the first stage is the camel, which is constantly burdened. Everyone puts burdens on him. And then the second stage is the lion, which takes revenge, violent revenge, lashes out. And the third stage is the child. And the child is unburdened by the past, so he's kind of won against the past. It's just forgotten. So it's an interesting metaphor, and it's philosophy, but it's kind of related to the old myths as well, because you have this rebirth aspect. So after you have taken revenge, because you have to lash out. In a sense, at least, you're supposed to just forget about it, or because otherwise you will be burdened by this resentment, this feeling of resentment and inferiority. And so it's very important. Even if you have an enemy, you're not supposed to feel inferior to him, or chain yourself to revenge, like in the book Moby Dick, for instance, where you don't accept reality, or you don't accept what has happened to you.
Ahab having that whale.
I mean, Moby Dick is an American myth, American modern myth, I would say, but it's very, very rich.
Well, having vengeance is one thing, being blinded by it is another. It's okay to have your vengeance.
And look at who the heroes are nowadays. They're politicians who stand up against the old guard. They are A-list actors. They are the front man of your favorite band. They are a fucking famous fucking rapper. Those are the new heroes. They're not people who have done great deeds. They're just people that are, famous. Basically.
Nowadays, they're shock value artists. That's because that's basically all it's become. Society has become this look at the next shock value artist. And
what's the shiny new thing? What's the shiny new toy? What's the next? And like on the other hand, what's the next thing that we can be outraged about? Like we went from Kuf to Ukraine, and now I believe we have traded in Ukraine for Iran.
Well, look at how
I can't keep track anymore.
I gave up. I gave up because like my mind is too beautiful a place to fill it with things like this. But when you think about the former U.S. presidency, right, the whole thing is engineered to be exactly this: the establishment of a true hero, and then the rug gets pulled out, and the whole thing is revealed for what it really is. And everyone is left going, no, it can't be, or they just jump straight to this abandonment of any idea of heroicism itself. And I think that that's the entire point of it all. That's why I pick some of the worst heroes, so that, you know, in having these things and by pushing these things, these topics, you wind up confronting people with the very fact that they're afraid of heroes themselves. That they're afraid to even have one. And the fact that I have ones that they see are terrible is just part of the spell breaking maneuver. It's kind of incredible the way it all works out, because they've rejected the very concept of the hero, that the hero cannot exist. They think that if the thing, there's a certain group now that's obsessed with simulation theory, and they've like taken it to the next level. They've taken off with it. And I love these guys, but sorry, go on.
Look, the whole World Economic Forum plan is based on simulation. Everything the World Economic Forum does is a simulation exercise.
It's all a mimicry of consciousness.
Yeah.
It's all mimicry of the natural process.
You can look at a WEF video and watch the new videos that pop up on their YouTube page. And within 3 days, you will see what was in their videos in the news headlines.
Yep.
Like their the economics of water video pops up. Next thing you know, Lake Mead's going dry, Colorado River's going down. You know, all of a sudden the economics of water become a big thing, you know, like a week later. The new one, they have their new video up now, is about erasing the borders in between Canada and the United States and the Mexico and the United States, and making one what they call mega nation out of it.
Yeah, they've been talking about
that. They should do that with Israel. That's a great idea.
Why do these assholes in Switzerland care?
Do you guys remember Zeitgeist that came out in like 2006? Yeah, they were talking about that. They were talking about rolling out the Amero, which obviously that's not going to exist because of all this crypto digital currency that everyone's getting hooked on.
Maybe it will exist as a crypto coin, because like we're now going into like there is indeed like a fake simulation going on. I've heard it called the Eighth Sphere too.
New Agers love that.
I don't know about that. Okay.
It's almost more of a play than a simulation. I think that's a better way to frame it.
The whole world is a stage, and politicians are just ugly ass actors who didn't make it in Hollywood or like whatever the hotspot for actors and acting of your country is. But we're going into like they want to merge us with technology so bad.
Nietzsche predicted that.
Philip K.
He said
Dick.
it will happen.
Many did.
Philip K. Dick's series Electric Dreams, episode 10, called Kill All Others. If you look exactly what they're doing there, everybody's got a screen in their face. They're not bothering to look up because they're watching the next politician in it. That in their every speech they put out is the next big thing, and everybody's got their face buried in their phones. They put these watches on them that dope them up with cortisol and all this other stuff, right? But if you look at the deeper elements of that episode, it's exactly what the WEF is talking about now, about merging the borders. I don't think Philip K. Dick was an author. I think he was a prophet and he didn't realize it, because so much of his writing has just materialized over time in real life.
That's the thing. I think that all of this reality is a metaphor playing itself out,
Mhm.
including my own place in it, that I am a living, walking, breathing metaphor.
Yeah.
I
We're a
don't know what that's
description of what
for.
is.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you guys dabble in psychedelics, but I did a
Yep.
long time ago, and I went real deep. And yeah, this is kind of what a couple of friends and I would always come to, is like, you'd come to this place in the trip where you'd just be constantly saying things like, it's like this, it's like that,
Yeah.
or
yeah.
it's as if this. And we notice after a while of like hours of doing this, it's like, are we describing life? Are we describing Earth? Are we describing consciousness in us? And why can't we say what it is? We can only describe it. And that took me down like a further rabbit hole, for years, about this thing that everything we see is just a representation of
Yes.
something that we don't see. And usually it's, emanating from within is that's like the closest thing we humans could come up with, I think. Emanating from
so
within,
without.
as within, so without. These concepts are the
Exactly.
closest truths you're going to get, because of course, when the human comes back from these ecstatic experiences of all different kinds, doesn't have to be psychedelics, but you have to use that right brain, logical thinking mind that needs answers and needs everything to fit in a cookie cutter. But you're talking about Pandora's box here. You're talking about something that doesn't fit inside the appearance. It's like biting your own teeth. So it's a weird conundrum that we're in. We're not really ever seeing reality ever. I mean, man,
You're merging your right brain and your left brain, and those are
Right.
two parts of yourself that exist on the same plane at the same time. You have your logical thinking, yourself, your being, your set of morals, your lived experiences and the triggers from them, and all of that, your vocabulary, that's all in your logic center.
right.
Then you have what I call your spirit side, your creative side, your antenna, right? This is your connection to not just your own creative spark, but also your antenna to receive. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Be it from the runes, the gods, the vibrations from the earth, for Christ's sake, the Schumann resonance, whatever people are going through nowadays that's shaking them away from their cores, or putting a Faraday cage around them with a power grid and a tin roof on their house, and it's just blocking out every piece of the environment that they need to absorb to heal properly and to bond with the earth and the others, right? So now you've created this group of people that have separated themselves, and they've purposely otherized themselves to the point where now they're a mass, and they're looking at the rest of us pointing back going, now they're the others, right? And it's this horrible pendulum that's been swinging back and forth. Eventually this pendulum's either going to hit a wall or the chain's going to break and it's going to come skidding out.
Dude,
And
you
let's
remember
take it-
Samson?
Let's take it right back to the beginning that we were talking about these groups. These two groups, like the crow being on top and the falcon being underneath and all that. The eagle versus serpent. Like, these are those two polarities that exist within, and they're externalized. I have a friend. Please go check out Old World Florida on YouTube. My friend Dr. Narco Longo. He was recently on a roundtable we did. He ties a lot of crazy stuff from Florida into these Viking stories that I like to talk about and get into. So that's really crazy. But yeah, he was talking about it from an astrological point of view and kind of pointing to the Jupiter people versus the Poseidon type people, the Neptune people, the Neptune of the sea versus Jupiter of the sky. And you have these. And all of these tales that we look into from the Atlantis myths, or these seafaring people, it's all this same symbolism. And you even have Ea of Acadia, who's Enki. It's the same.
Yes.
It's clearly Enki, represented as a fish many times. And like these symbols keep coming back,
Dagon.
desperately hammering us until we understand this really completely different way to look at language and find out what these symbols really mean. And it's really pointing us further and further back, as you were saying before, about how just the timeline keeps going further and further back. And we learn more about ourselves in the collective history that we have than we ever will from the history books or anything that's being pushed on us. And that's purposeful as well on so many levels, not to hold a nation together. I think many are on that level, and they think they're upholding a nation by keeping those kinds of secrets, but they're compartmentalized, right? Everything's compartmentalized. Whoever's at the top, quote unquote, I don't even know if they're aware completely other than one part of this whole thing, you know? It's all fractal.
You
Well,
guys
I-
remember? Sorry.
We look at everybody's, talking about homesteading now, right? We've got to get back to our roots. We've got a homestead, and that is great, dude. People really need to learn those skills again, building the biome levels up in the soils. I mean, just becoming real organic eaters, not like people that are putting Monsanto chemicals on their soil and growing their own vegetables in their backyard and using Roundup and all this other stuff. But I mean, like real back to the folk way, fertilizing using your chicken waste, you know what I mean? The whole nine, right? But that's only going to take us so far. That'll create little pockets of survivors. But if something like a new Ragnarok is to happen, that will teach people. It will get people a kickstart on it. But those people are going to be the ones that say, okay, come to where my homestead is, and you can set your farm up on this side of me, and you need to set your farm up over here, because communities of homesteaders that are close by each other is what we need. They offer security. They offer, the ability to trade with your neighbor for things you don't have or skills that you lack that they possess. You know what I mean? It allows for a give and take to build a new reservation, a new tribe of man that's willing to break away from the BS that's going on, and I mean, this is what's going to save certain people when the new Ragnarok does happen.
And in tabletop role-playing circles right now, we can see like many of the subjects we've discussed are right there. They're very evident in front of us. The destruction of the hero being one of them, because D&D 5th edition, that core set of rules, there's really nothing wrong with it. It's serviceable. If anyone picked them up, they could begin homebrewing their own campaigns and stuff like that, and that's all great. The first several adventure books that were published for that rule set were okay. They weren't anything earth-shattering, but they were okay. And now you see more of this. You can see the Marxism creep, the modernity creep into it. Just to give you two shining examples of it. Number one was Strixhaven, which there were proms. This is a wizarding school. There are proms. You can work as a barista in a coffee shop.
God.
I'm like, oh, what the absolute fuck is this? There was
The Sims and added it in.
they republished Spelljammer, which, if you're not familiar with that's D&D in space. That's been a thing since the 2nd edition. It's basically like big ships in space, not like starships, but like big sailing ships in space. And they copied and pasted a race called the Hadozi, and then modified them to make them a former slave race who enjoy work. And it was the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen. But they had like the ship to ship combat wasn't really a thing. You basically had to hack that in yourself. And there was a big shit stick kicked up over that. Then there was Journeys Through the Radiant Citadel, and its selling point was that it was all people of color who wrote it. And
Oh God.
don't worry, I am going somewhere with that, and you are not going to like it, not one bit. Okay, so we all know that Netflix has the series Edge Runners out now. The trailer looked amazing. I went, oh, fuck me. I really wish they'd lower the rate so I could actually watch this thing. I mean, it looked awesome. I bought in the minute I saw it. I was like, Jesus, this is great.
I'll check out the memes later.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
There will be memes.
Oh, I bet that's
Put
how
a picture
that's
of
how
Daniel
I know
Day-Lewis.
stuff.
Someone superimposed Daniel Day-Lewis's face right here, and just put, there will be memes.
I'll
Because
I'll
there
try
will
and
be.
do it in post editing.
But anyway, there has been a recent push to put edge runners, these people who literally plug into the net and they they manipulate it like you would manipulating running around in the real world, because that's the way cyberspace looks to them. That's the way they experience it. This is not just ones and zeros in code. This is, they plug in, and it's like the Matrix almost.
Like
Yeah,
they're
I
in
was
the
going to say,
metaverse.
sounds like a
Exactly.
Matrix 2.0.
Right.
Cyberpunk is deep.
Just like the metaverse in Neil Stephenson's book Snow Crash to an extent. But they want to take that and bring that into D&D, not apply 5th edition rules so that you can play this group. They want to put them into D&D. This will make them as useless as tits on a board, because these are technology dependent characters. If you put them into D&D, they're going to get smashed. There's no good way to do that. And
Unless you say D&D is a giant simulation.
Right. Which it's not going to make much sense to the characters that are in there. You know, that barbarian sees somebody streaking through like the Flash, and he's going to wonder, what sorcery is this?
Is that Neo?
You know, he's not even going to want. He's not going to know who the fuck Neo is. All he's going to know is, I must kill. You know, that's it. So now that you have that in mind, let's go back to Journeys to the Radiant Citadel for just a moment, because we're supposed to be celebrating people of color writing a book, not people with any artistic ability, not people with writing ability, not people who can coherently put together a game. And it is flooded with Marxism that just does not make sense at all. Mm-hmm. And this is supposed to be a big utopia, and it's just out of, it's off in its own little plane. And I'm like, yeah, so were the writers. But now they want to take characters from a game, and we have discussed this game before in the tribe chat. Mike Pondsmith is the creator of this game. He's also the creator of Artel Saurian Games. Artel Saurian Games works hand in hand with CD Projekt Red. This man has built this sort of an empire. Cyberpunk 2077 was a video game that just hit last year, maybe, I think.
3 years ago now, actually.
3 years ago. Okay.
Oh, yeah. So
that's been a thing for 3 years.
Wow.
The memes going around that are still awesome. By the way,
it's getting new life. Actually.
Yeah, it is. It's getting new life because of this series. And here's the kicker. Mike Pondsmith is a man of color.
Yep.
And now you've got these people who are writing for D&D. It's so pathetic, because now they're like, well, we're a thing too. It's like, well, then make something else. And now they've got these people, they just bought into it like immediately. And we're like, no, there is a tabletop role-playing game. In fact, there are several core rule sets to this, and they've been updated as time goes on. 2020 was written published back in 1988. And Cyberpunk Red is the new one. There is about to be a supplement which will tie Cyberpunk Red to 2077. That's about to come out. So yes, it's entirely possible to play Edge Runners by just playing that game.
Wow.
And not only that, you're supporting a man of color who made bold predictions. I say bold predictions. He created this alternate universe. But the problem is, many of his alternate universe theories came true. And
I remember you talking about this.
Exactly. I shared that video by Paul Joseph Watson, and a couple others, and I went, does this look familiar to anyone? Because it should. A lot of it should. A lot of it should be very frightening how in just like 30 years, a lot of this just happened. It's almost like someone took this and made it into an instruction manual for some people.
1984, Fahrenheit 451, Blade Runner, electric trains. Do androids dream of electric sheep? It's all falling into niches right now. Like,
how about that new game, that new Russian game that's coming out, the Atomic Heart? That looks very interesting, with like the themes going on in there, pandemics and lockdowns and totalitarian police states and cyberspace, all kinds of shit. It looks, it's just more of the same. But 2077,
like they're trying to normalize it. Before it
2077 in particular, man, I really think that is a very close hit to home. Like, I feel as though there will be us on the outskirts just without and having to survive on our own. But there will be these mega cities. The mega cities are one of the biggest things I think that CD Projekt Red has kind of quote unquote just accidentally done coincidentally, right? But the mega cities are exactly the infrastructure that they're planning for the future. You know, these live in, work all the time. You know, you're getting, these companies are getting paid by you existing at that level. You know,
live in a pod, eat
Well,
the bugs.
And
that's
and
the
here's-
thing.
Yeah,
There
here's-
used to be a standard where you would work and you would come home, and just for that work, you would have a house and maybe some utilities and a belly full of food, and you were satisfied.
right?
But now this shrinkflation thing is happening, and people are being told that they need a smaller house, but they need a bigger digital environment.
Right.
And I think this inverse influx is going to happen, where you are going to have a whole bunch of people that plug into the metaverse and don't unplug.
It's all based on this Ragnarok, this cycle, because of the trauma that some know we will be facing in these times and have before. And what comes out of those hard times are generation after generation after generation of horrible mentalities and lives, and including the creation of sociopathy and psychopathy. And I think that's where we're at. We're being preyed on by those that have taken the collective trauma and, you know, externalized it in that way.
Now, let me build off what you were saying, because while I was taking my potty break there, something came to mind, and I had to run and grab my Kindle, because I have this book, and I'm going to say this: in certain circles, you just don't mention the name Galina Kraskova. She triggers people, and I'm about to show you why she triggers people, because I've read her book, a modern guide to heathenry. Yeah. And this book, in my opinion, is one of the absolute best books written modern day on the subject of heathenry. And one of the things that she says is and I'm going to read this. So get ready. I mean, strap in. This is going to get real heavy in just a second. Our capacity for thought allows us to decide cleanly, to turn our lives to our gods, to make choices about how we will live in the world and what kind of person we shall become, what kind of world to create. There is tremendous beauty and profundity in the way we were designed, in the power of our minds to reach out to the gods and experience in some infinitesimal way all that they are. We connect with the mysteries of creation at every time we make a decision that aligns us with our gods and against entropy, which is what Ragnarok is. It is entropy on a grand scale. Against entropy, despair, and the empty promises of modernity, monotheism, and Marxism. In some respect, we are called to be co-creators with our gods, not that we have a hand in creating the worlds, but we can again and again align ourselves with the primordial acts of creation by aligning our minds and hearts and wills with that of our gods.
Man, that was probably the best way to say that I've ever heard.
Galina Kraskova, dropping mics all over.
I'm going to need her name in writing so I can copy paste.
Here's the thing. The first time I even touched that book was an audio book through my Hoopla app. I was on my way home from work when I heard that part, and I stopped. I'm like I literally live 2 blocks from where I work. I was halfway home. I stopped and went, wait, what? And I had to scrub back a little bit, and it took me a minute to find it, but I listened to it again, and I'm standing still and consciously listening to this. And then I did it. I had to listen to this 5 times to make sure I was hearing this right. And I was like, oh, holy crap. Okay. That was a bomb that was dropped. And, you know, she had already gone through the 9 noble virtues. She actually does admonish the reader a bit, saying, how can you possibly say you're in favor of the gods? How can you possibly, subscribe to the way of heathenry if you don't lead a virtuous life, if you don't conduct
Yes.
yourself in a certain way. And these are some of the best guides to do that. And I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Now, none of us are perfect, obviously. There are some of us that will sit there and go, what? Come on, fuck off with all that. And of course, I heard that little voice. I'm like, shh, take a theater row of seats, kid, listen up. And when she got to that part, that's why I was like, I get it now. I understand. I get why she pisses some people off. And I was actually a member of a group that when I brought up her as recommended reading, ooh, that did not sit well with them. And I'm like,
what doesn't
why?
sit well? Please do tell. I'm a little out of my realm here.
Let me just tell you about one email exchange. I won't mention names, but we did have someone who posted an email to the group email, which then it's like an e-list. One person posts to the group, it gets distributed to everyone.
Was it what you talked about in your last tea time stream?
Yep.
No, this is gonna be fun.
And it was this program, this little thing they wanted to do called interrogating whiteness. Now, listen, I have friends from all walks of life.
Deep share exactly that reaction.
Yeah, if you're good with me, I'm good with you.
Absolutely.
If you just prove that you are an absolute piece of shit, I'm not going to associate with you.
Yeah, it's like something about contents of one's character. I don't know. I heard it from some guy.
Yeah.
Does that still matter?
It should, right?
They're erasing him.
We don't do that anymore. Character? Nah, man, that's secondary.
We've abandoned the principle of struggle long ago.
Was King part of that name? Because it seems apt. It seems apt if it were.
Yeah,
but just comfort above all, man.
But anyway,
he spoke about equality, not equity. See, this new equity thing is a different thing altogether. It's a dragon, dude. It's gonna burn everything down.
That's it. So this email was interrogating whiteness, and I'm looking at it going, one of our bylaws is that you don't discriminate based on skin color at all. That should not go. Obviously, that bylaw was very forgotten at a very convenient moment. At several convenient moments of that.
Just slipped my mind.
Oh, darn.
Well, because it's okay to attack the white ones.
That's exactly it. And
revenge stage.
And there was all this, well, we have to become comfortable with being uncomfortable, you see. And I'm like,
sounds Marxist.
Do we? And I'm like, okay, this group said that they weren't political. And I was like, that's what I'm looking for. Everything on the brochure looked great. So I joined, and then this came in a couple months into my membership here, and I'm looking at it, and there's a website. Now, the one thing you just probably shouldn't have done is put the website up there, because I'm going to go check it out, and I did, and I dug through it, and where does it end? Socialism, Marxism, and I'm like
every single time.
Oh, but we're not political, and we don't discriminate based on skin color, except where it's convenient.
Yeah.
And if you're the voice of, if you try to be reasonable, and I was just kind of like, we really don't need this. And, what we've got going on is actually a pretty good thing. And of course I tried to point that out. And that was where I ran into the first wall of, that's not enough.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Wait, you're gonna shh. In the quiet words of the Virgin Mary, come again.
All right.
Great quote.
This happened 3 times, and when the 3rd time came, I went, you know what? Let's just say that I spend several months talking to a couple of people. I get them to come to their senses. They come out of things like the AFA or some actual neo-Nazi camp. Let's just say I get them out of there. Now, they have been warned about that picture that you posted, Stein, of Wolf the Red. AFA has been leaning on that picture.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. Sorry, I had to think for a moment.
Yeah.
Like,
with all the pride flags hanging off of him. No, I don't
Oh.
care.
Gross.
Like, I don't care that he supports that. That's his thing. I have nothing to do with that. Whatever.
But don't mix it with our faith. Don't mix it. Just
Yeah,
it
It's again
doesn't
subversion
go
of the archetypes.
together.
right.
It does-
Now, one of the things that I thought about, and I thought about it very, very long, was if I bring these people out, they're going to be in a state where they need a lot of gentle guidance. And if I bring them to these people and they run into that's not enough wall. And I noticed it over the first, the first gathering that I did, which was over an online Zoom call. They dismissed any concerns as conspiracy theories. Everything was circular logic. And then there was some good stuff that came out of it. Don't get me wrong. There was some good info I could glean from it, but when they start droning on about Nazi this, Nazi that, you're just like, oh my God.
It's a
Nazis.
gaslighting campaign. We're not political, but we're going to shove politics down your throat the whole time.
Right. And it's like,
I mean,
these
It's also
Nazis,
ignorance.
These Nazis of which you speak, are they in the room with you right now? Because that's the way they're coming across.
Show us on the doll.
Show
Dude,
us on the
that's-
doll. Where did the mean mustache man hurt you? You know, and I'm
Yeah.
just,
Be
I'm just
classed.
sitting there
All
like,
about my young childhood years when I was learning everything.
yeah, and
I
I'm
was
just sitting
born in
there
a
like,
gas chamber.
Listen,
Yeah.
I
Listen, guys.
criticized the She-Hulk meme that came out the other day. Speaking
Oh.
of pictures, right? That whole She-Hulk thing with the incels, I shared that, made my little comment about it. I got attacked from every angle. Oh, you must be
Yeah.
an incel. You're an incel. You're an incel. And
Hey,
it's
meet my
like,
kids.
is that all you can do is call
That's
me an
it.
incel?
That's
Well,
all they
there's-
have. That's
There's
literally
even
all
this
they have.
there's this new movie that came out. I don't know the title exactly, but the main character is supposedly based off of Jordan Peterson, who is
Kermit the
Oh,
Frog.
yeah.
apparently the king of incels. Like, how is Jordan Peterson the king of incels? Like, for real, the dude, he makes sense. He talks sense.
Well,
And
he
I guess
says
that's
that
why he
white
is
people need to
controversial.
apologize. That's
Isn't
why I
that
don't
that
like it.
that's that
Jordan
Don't Worry
Peterson should
Darling
be tainted.
or something.
Yeah, don't worry, darling. Exactly.
Yeah. Which has
Where
been
he-
extremely purposely pushed in all of our faces as like these weird gossip controversies about the cast and shit. Obviously, you just ignore them, but it's obvious that they're being pushed at us very hard. And it's really weird.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's set in like the 1950s.
Yeah.
You know, all the women are like stay-at-home women, and like all the men just go to work and whatever. And apparently, that's bad.
Yeah. This is before motherhood was
Because
demonized.
because the
Now-
women, they don't participate in the workforce and they don't do anything
Oh, it's so sad.
but
That's
like
the
just
funny
make
thing.
a home.
That's the funny thing. Look at society back then and the suicide rate and the level of happiness and satisfaction in
It's
the
so
modern
obvious.
household, right? The connection with the gods, the little amount that you had to work to possess an entire home and a car
Oh, yeah.
and insurance and everything else that you needed, you know, like dad
And to
could go to
retire.
work, mom could stay home, balance the family, right?
Dude,
Yep.
medieval peasants worked 180 days a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Medieval
Yep.
And those
peasants.
were serfs. They were the
Yeah,
serfs.
serfs.
Yeah,
They worked
they were the
half
lowest
year.
class,
If
and
that.
it was because the church said that they need they need that many days off to stay in connection with God and to go to church and to stay religious and whatever. And we're talking Middle Ages. Like, we are working now just like a hell of a lot more than medieval serfs.
Working so hard to make it easy.
Mhm.
I mean,
Hey, listen, guys, this has been
Manhandling.
really, really awesome. I got to run. Speaking of family, I got to go do the dad thing. But
Oh, yeah.
it's
Enjoy.
getting later here, yeah. But this is awesome, and it was really nice meeting all of you guys. I hope to reach out to you guys, and maybe we can connect more. I mean, on
Absolutely,
multiple
man.
shows. Who
Definitely,
knows?
man.
This was a really great time. So it's good to
for
meet
sure, man.
everybody.
It's
I'll
been
see
great
you
having
around.
you. Thank you for coming on. And
Absolutely, anytime, man. All right, take it easy, guys.
okay, take it easy, bro.
But
I-
going right back to it for just a moment, that when this came up, you know, the whole thought process was if I bring these people out of that, they're going to be in a state that they need gentle guidance. They don't need someone lecturing them. They don't need someone pounding them for every little thing they do, because the minute that happens, they are hauling ass right back to where I found them. All my work gets negated now. How do you think I'm going to take that?
Mhm.
Not well. Someone is getting grabbed by the throat, thrust against the wall, and told under no uncertain terms, if you ever do that again, you better be wearing fucking body armor. Do you understand me? Because if you do it again, I'll take your fucking soul out. I will show it to you, and then I will can that son of a bitch. You know, that's the kind of reaction I would have, because these are the people that see violence and screaming and all these horrible traits as acceptable.
Yep.
And if they're going to say that that's acceptable, well, then you better believe that if you think I'm on your side, that's going to be an acceptable solution for me.
Here's a big question to this though, Raven.
Mhm.
You have these idiots pushing for this socialist society, right? And I mean, they're going into people's workplaces and shaking it up and pushing these. They're technically communist, but we'll call it socialist for argument's sake, right? It's you know, and it's all different shades of the same flapping flag.
It's watered down communism. But
When
Just shout Uden.
when they push our world into this new automated socialist age, as they're saying, right? And they have this perfect equality between everybody, and everybody just sits at home while machines do all of their jobs. How the fuck are we going to earn anything? How are we going to have any satisfaction in our lives? You know what I mean? Like, there is an ultimate demise to that society, and it's the mental harm. Like, that society, you'll wind up looking like Wall-E, the freaking Disney movie, right? Everybody literally.
Exactly. Like, isn't that also, like, that's why they're pushing for these like these short bursts of happiness, you know? That's why they have to keep coming out with, you know, this new thing and that new thing and then this and then that. That's why, like, also that's why pop culture gets watered down so much, and why Marvel,
Yes.
like, until, well, basically fucking eternity, they have a line of movies that they're gonna bring out. You know, don't ask questions, just consume product and be excited for next product.
And they shit canned the good ones. They shit canned Deadpool 3. They shit canned X-Force. They shit canned a lot of the, like, all the ones I was looking forward to.
Yeah.
They shit canned them. So I was just like, I don't give a fuck. And here's the key thing, and this is what I want to point out to a lot of you. Tabletop RPGs, in my opinion, comic books, those things that we initially thought we could really do nothing about, that is the most fertile battleground we can find, because when they stepped into tabletop RPGs, they completely fucked up. And how they fucked up was, if they had pulled this shit in the 90s, oh, they'd have won. Because what could I do but revert to my older D&D books, of which I did not have many. And then here's all this new shit. They pulled the rest from the shelves. Now here's all this new shit. But I think they would have, like, telegraphed their move way more than they would have now. But where they fucked up is self-publication has never been easier. People are kickstarting projects left and right. I know, because I've kickstarted a few of them. And when those start rolling in, and they will be very soon, the Doom That Came to Astrius is on its way with a companion cassette, no less. Yeah, I'm
yeah, with
I ordered it.
Comic books, like, isn't it, like, who is that? Like Eric July, or who?
Eric
is
July,
it?
thank you.
Yeah.
With I Saw #1, he
not
just raised like 4.3 million.
Wow.
And I mean, absolutely blew it out of the water.
I believe he's printing as we speak. I believe he's in the final stages of actually publishing, of bringing it out.
Yeah, people have already started receiving their copies. And not only that, but
not to plug the Shadow Crown, but I mean, I honestly think when that is in its when that's in a little bit further of a stage, That would make an amazing campaign RPG.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly,
Yeah,
I think that would be that's very fertile. Like I talked about Basin before, which
Yeah.
when I said I think we might have been beaten to the punch, but not quite. The research behind these folk monsters, that's kind of sort of what I was going for, and that's why I put it on hold for now, because I want to check this out. And I'm not mad about it. I'm excited because I'm seeing that. I'm seeing John Torres, the basic expert, working on his Aztec game. I see Helvetia, which is the Hungarian game that was based in Hungarian folklore and of course some of Grimm's fairy tales. I'm seeing that and I'm thinking, holy crap, this is the absolute one thing I wanted. This is what I wanted to stir that up, and to have people just kind of independently come out on their own. It excites the hell out of me. I can't wait to see what they've done.
Like, isn't that what we talked about in our
exactly.
podcast on D&D too? That it's a really good way of preserving the stories, preserving the
It
heritage.
is absolutely. And I mean, look at some of these independent games that have come out. Like Troll Lord Games is one of those companies that there is absolutely no political bent in any of their games whatsoever. Castles and Crusades, which is coming to me day after tomorrow, I've actually gotten a few of their books before, and I've gone through them. Starship Warden was one. Amazing Adventures, you could set that's built for like pulp stories, so you can make these pulp stories like
cool.
Cthulhu and stuff like that. It's
Nice.
basically an open world. You can build anything you want. It's an open simulator. Just drop in your shit, homebrew your shit, and get it done. So if we wanted to set something in, say, 1920s Scandinavia, and it was maybe we got the gods wrong, maybe they are vicious monsters or things like that. We could do stuff like that, and that allows you that freedom. But what comes out from these very imaginative people, these people who have gone through and created it, Venger Satanis, Miguel Rivera and Silvia Clemente from the Red Room channel, John Torres, Victor, who just did Simple Modernity, and now he's doing another book. And they churn them out faster than I can support them. RPG Pundit, who lives in South America somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. He did Star Adventurer. It's a thin little book, but there's so much possibility. When you can stir the imagination to aspire to even just being a hero at the tabletop for just a moment, for this person who feels weak, ineffective. I mean, guys, I was getting my ass kicked. I didn't want to see me, which is what D&D or the one D&D campaign is all about. Oh, well, I just couldn't see me in there. You fucking sociopath. Did you not create a character? What did that character look like? Why didn't it look like you? That's on you. That's not on D&D. That was your ass. So when I didn't want to look like me. I wanted to have, a massive long hair. I wanted to have this big fucking broadsword, massive jacked muscles. I wanted to wear nothing but a loincloth, and I wanted to go into battle, come out covered in someone else's blood, grunting and being like, yeah, who the fuck's still standing?
So you basically wanted to be Conan.
Conan the Barbarian. There you go.
Or Conan, He-Man.
Conan the Barbarian on a meth bender. Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Conan Barbarian meets Jordan Peterson.
Right.
Look at what the new Ragnarok is going to be like, dude.
Yeah. And,
I mean, picture we did have a Ragnarok in modern day. What would it look like?
All right. Yeah. Have you guys, since we're on Ragnarok, have you guys considered that the possibility that maybe it's us that bring about Ragnarok? Look at what's happening. Look at where the world is headed. Doesn't it seem okay? So I've been thinking about this for a couple weeks. I dabble pretty goodly in like occult symbolism and stuff. So I've been going back and looking into Yeah, I've been going back and looking into old biblical stories like Samson, and the only this is an interesting little Bible trivia bit, but literally the only recorded haircut in the entire Bible led to a guy's eyes being gouged out of his head. I'm just saying, just maybe reconsider the whole haircut thing. But so
Maybe
he
switch
has
barbers.
this. Yeah, he has this deal with Yahweh, the demon blood vampire god, right? Who gives him super strength. And
Yeah.
this guy gets super strength and he goes around killing the Philistines, and he's like murdering them by the dozens. And one day, his secret gets out, and that it's his power resides in his hair, and his hair is a sign of this
Well-
covenant that he's got with the blood god.
He discloses that to Delilah, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he tells the
the one-
prostitute, he tells the temple prostitute that it's in his hair, and she
Always
goes
the
and tells the
whores.
guards it is. And well, she was supposed to be a sacred whore. And but anyway, she goes and tells the
Sacred
guards, the
whore.
Philistines, like temple prostitute. It goes into a whole bunch of the mystery
So
shit.
like the polar opposite of like a Vestal Virgin, for
So,
example.
yes, it is. It is exactly that. Yeah, but yeah, so she rats on him, goes and tells the Philistines. He gets his eyes plucked out after she gives him a haircut. Then he's paraded around without any strength. Look, we captured their hero. And they parade him around all of Philistine and show him off. And then one day they bring him to the grand temple to celebrate their victory over who was Samson, who was a judge as well as a hero. Which this is before they had kings, so there were judges. This is like the highest place you can be hierarchically. And so they bring him into the temple. And while they're doing some other thing, they tie him up in between these two pillars. And if you've studied occultism at all, you know what the two pillars represent.
Yeah,
It's the duality, So you've got the two poles, and all of a sudden he's placed in between the two pillars, and he's got arm's reach on both pillars. He becomes the third pillar, which is a
Dude,
whole.
That was just what I was thinking. I was just about to say that.
So
like,
he
by
himself
that, he would
embodies
become the third pillar.
Yep, he becomes the third pillar, where he becomes himself the marriage of the two pillars, where they come together. And what does he do? He gets his strength back. Through that union of these two pillars, he regains his strength. And what does he do with his strength? He leans into the pillars and topples both of them. He brings down the entire temple on all the ruling class of the Philistines. Like, the story is kind of a double-edged sword, because if you study, you look into who the Philistines were, it's basically
The
us.
race of giants, right?
Yeah, it's basically us. And it's like this victory story of how this guy killed, our ruling class. But the principle remains the same. The principle is accurate and true. The dude brought down the two pillars along with himself. And my mind keeps coming back to this over and over. So do you guys think that it's possible that through the things like Raven, through the stuff that you're talking about here, through this like grassroots thing, this where we're completely subverting the subversion? Like, do you think that in that process, it is the bringing down of the kicking off of Ragnarok, almost culturally, at least?
I indeed would say that by that we are actively trying to end this cycle. Like, as you said, like it's the perfect way of saying it. Subverting the subversion. We are like, that's initially what sparked me into, doing this, what has turned out into a series. Now, there's definitely coming out a part 4 coming. We had some people who could unfortunately not make it today, so we're gonna have to do a part 4 or 5, whatever it is. This is gonna be ongoing.
This is great.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But I wonder if I can interject, because I prepared something about
go ahead.
dualism.
For so long, please do.
But I wonder because I have so many notes and I see that there's like 7 pages, so I don't know if I should make it an article or if I should take the highlights or if I should just start. But he was talking about dualism, and I find it very interesting because I prepared something about the same topic.
Well, it reminded me when you said that thing about Nietzsche, the third stage is to be a child.
Yeah.
Which is the toppling of everything.
Yeah. Because what I argue is that Norse paganism basically has some dualistic elements. And I do a sort of a cross study with old Iranian paganism,
nice.
Which definitely
Aryan,
which definitely started off with dualistic elements as well, and turned into full dualism with Zoroaster. But we need to clarify what dualism is, because I would argue there are 2 types of dualism, which is dualism in the world and dualism out of this world. And by in the world, I mean, I could base myself on a quote from Spinoza, the philosopher. Essentially, he was of the tribe, but he was ejected from the tribe, if you remember, because he questioned God or whatnot. But he states that no matter how thin you slice it, things will always have 2 sides. In the world, no matter what it is, it will have 2 sides. And there is the thing about Jungian dualism, or the duality of man, which claims that if you introduce something good in this world, something correspondingly evil will also arise.
Yes.
And for instance, to use an example, if you reduce infant mortality, children will get sicklier because you reduce the deaths in the world, but the people
have less healthy children growing up with problems that probably would have killed them at birth before.
Yeah.
So now they have ongoing health problems.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with Edward Dutton, the Jolly Heretic. He's a British biologist, which is quite active and on YouTube and quite known. You should definitely check him out because he states the same, that we are kind of overwhelmed with genetic mutational load because of civilization, basically. Civilization negates itself. Civilization makes us weaker. So when we rise to great heights, we also have this great fall. And this is essentially what is happening now.
So they could happen at the same time. Like one can go up and one could go down in equal measure.
But anyway, if this dualism out of this world is essentially Platonism, Christianity, and Zoroastrianism is the religion where you create this concept of good, concept of good, which is only good, and it's completely separate from evil. And that's not possible in a physical world. So it's out of this world. So that's the sort of dualism to avoid. And when it comes to Norse paganism, and it's of course related to other forms of paganism, or all the Indo-European types, which is the Roman, the Greek, the Vedic, the Iranian. And most of those records speak about a primordial giant, Ymir being the most famous. But in continental Germanic paganism, this giant is called Twisto, and that name means twin. And in Iranian paganism, this twin is separated into 2 beings, the one being called Mani, and the other, it's a name for the other guy, but essentially one is good and the other is bad, and the good one kills the bad one and creates the world.
Speaking of
and Mimir,
Excuse me.
Ymir and Mimir?
No, not Mimir. No. The primordial giant in Norse mythology is, I call him Ymir, but that's my language.
Yeah. Speaking of twins, sorry to interrupt you. Just a quick thought. I'll let you go. Roman paganism, how like Rome was founded was with the twins Romulus and Remus.
It's a concept that repeats itself
Yeah.
through
Yeah,
stories.
no, exactly. Yeah.
Snorri, when he wrote about Ymir, he had access, I've read, to 3 different traditions, but he never really touches into the twin aspect of Ymir. And I believe Ymir was a twin giant as well. And so Snorri gave us a corrupted version. That's what I think, because originally this giant that created the world was a twin. And as you noted, this twin aspect, it repeats itself with the horse twin, Hengst and Horsa, those guys, and Romus and Remulus, or yes.
Yeah.
But and that's true. But I want to quickly think a little about Ragnarok in this regard, and a possible dualism that came to me, which is really interesting, because we know that at Ragnarok, at least we don't get to hear about all the gods. Some of the gods just disappear seemingly, but some of the gods kill each other or destroy each other. And you have, for instance, Freyr, who has traded away his sword for the giantess Gerd, a magical sword that swings itself. And because of that, he is killed by Surtur, and the universe is undone just because of that. Because Surtur is able to engulf the world in flames. And I find that very interesting, because Freyr has been described as the Shining One, a light god, and Surtur is a fire giant. So could it be like the good and bad aspect of light, which meets, clashes, and destroys each other? And when it comes to Thor and Indra is the same god. Indra is the Vedic version.
Yeah.
Indra is also red-haired and a thunderbolt wielding god. And he is.
Donar even has his female counterpart in Ludana. I've been kind of working with her alongside the tribe of the Fox, which is another Dutch tribe.
And Thor is a god Indra is a god who and Thor as well, a god who destroys all obstacles. Described as that in the Vedic scriptures, releases everything. And this serpent in those Vedic myths is a serpent which constrains, and it kind of prevents the waters from flooding. So you have this constraining force and this releasing force that in Ragnarok clash and negate each other.
Wow.
Also interesting is that Odin has been described, or the name Odin means essentially divine fury. And he is devoured by Fenrir. And I've read Fenrir has been described as the unbound rage, because he's so angry for having been bound, right? So it's kind of the good and bad aspect of fury as well. That's what I think, at least. And you have the trickster.
Oh, dude.
Do you have the trickster Loki? You have the trickster Loki and the guardian Heimdall. They kill each other because they're opposites. And
if you look, there's a stolen aspect of that one you were just talking about in the Bible. The temptation of Jesus in the desert by the serpent. And if you think about it, Jesus was a carpenter. Okay. What do carpenters use? What's their tool?
Hammer.
A hammer. Okay. Thor, beard. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of parallels there, right? That I think Christianity just borrowed from
absolutely
the native religions, from the people they were trying to adopt. And the Germanic tribes
it's easier to assimilate them that way, right?
You look at Germany's only been declared a country for this much time in our history, right? But if you look as far back as 200 BC, you have people writing about the Germanic tribes. And I mean, it was named Germania by Tacitus and several others just because of the tribes of Germania, right? Now, we look at our world history that's taught in schools, and Germany is a nation that was only built in like 1890 and declared a nation in like 1947. What kind of garbage is that? You know, like,
Well,
I'm sorry,
Germany
this is
may
one
have-
of the oldest cradles of civilization, the oldest artifacts of humans worshiping something and humans creating music came from a cave in Germany. You know, you have the Lion Man statue, and I talk about this all the time, the Lion Man statue and the bone flute. They're over 40,000 years old and were found in a cave in Germany, right?
But
Yes.
Germany and Germania are two different countries. They're not the same.
Germania
I
was
might say they're not the same, at least, you know, looking at like, yeah, Germany, like what we now recognize as Germany or Deutschland, however you want, like
parts of the same geography.
that's probably a new country, you know, like the more, let's say, modern
Post-empire.
Germany.
Most likely the name German means spearman, but that's just the most likely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've said for a long time that Jesus is Lucifer post-castration surgery. It's the same archetype. It just work it back, put the balls back on Jesus, and you have Lucifer.
Well,
but I wonder if I could finalize my argument, because it's very short.
Yeah.
Very
Sure.
short left, because thinking about all those gods killing each other, and you have a Tyr, which is a law god, and he and Garm kill each other, and Garm is kind of guardian of the underworld, and finally you have kind of the dead rising against the Einherjar, which I also find interesting because it's perhaps the divine heroes against the dishonorable dead, as we discussed earlier before we started this stream. Yeah, so that was more or less my argument.
Wow. That's
brilliant.
Great.
There is a duality to every little battle in Ragnarok.
Yeah, that's what I think, that essentially Norse paganism is a riddle, because we don't know what ended the Golden Age. We don't know who Gulvegi and the three maidens were. We don't know whose heart Loki ate in the Iron Forest. So there's so much we don't know. We can't really solve the riddle. We don't know the destiny of all the gods at Ragnarok.
You know, I honestly feel like that literature is still here. It exists, right? There are these ultra wealthy people that have been collecting and hoarding and holding this literature. And I honestly believe that some of them, let's just say, some of the past rulers of different countries have gotten their hands on it and decided to go on these artifact hunts, right? To find certain spears and, you know, just different things from historical stories that they believed would aid them in their quests to make greater nations and whatnot. But that just tells you that there is, those little bits of information are still out there, right? That the diluted stories that we have from Snorri and the Codex Regius and the Haustlebach, they're not the only ones out there. They're just the only ones that we have access to. But one day somebody's going to break open the cave in the right place and find every piece of information that we've been wanting to know about our culture, about our history, and about all of it. Right?
Oh,
and
preach it.
I honestly believe it could be anywhere sitting at the bottom of the Gobi that used to be a sea that had an island in it. It could be in North America, buried with some of the giants that, you know, were killed in the Lovelock Cave or whatever the case.
I don't think we have the time, because I think Ragnarok is now. So if it's going to be released, it will have to be pretty well soon, because it's happening now. So
well, if I scanned this stuff, if I was able to translate it and scan it all to you and send it off in a PDF, would you ever believe me? You know what I mean? That's another one. Like, would you be able to look at this and go like, yeah, that's it? Thanks.
I think it's
look at-
easy
look
to
at-
see if it's genuine.
Look
I
at
think.
Chan Thomas, the Adam and Eve story. This dude comes out with a book that literally splits Christianity down the middle. I mean, just tells a version of the creation that is translated from its original text into one language instead of 8 stepping stone languages, losing context the whole way. And when he does that, the CIA says, yo, you can't do that. That's confidential fucking information.
Wow.
And they seize his work and hold it for over 60 years, right? This dude literally just translated from original text straight to English. That's all he did. But the CIA said, no, right? Now, that story that he painted was completely different. And I mean, when you look at the context, because you could still find bits and pieces of what the CIA released 65 years later, the remaining 59 pages or whatever the case may be, out of a 285-page book. But in this story, dude, it tells about the inundations, the global inundations. It tells what causes it, that it's a magnetic polar flip because the iron core of the earth. I mean, this dude goes into detail that is ridiculous. But the CIA was like, yeah, if people know that, we've got big problems. The church will collapse. All this shit will go down.
People will start living their lives.
Yes. 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 And that's the thing. If you notice, everything they've been doing in modern society is getting us to break away from forming cultures. They're telling people, go live in a van by the river by yourself. Don't do it with another group of people, or you'll be Branch Davidian. You know, I mean, we've got this.
Isn't that, you know, going a bit into language, you know, culture, you know,
Germ,
like groups.
men.
Yeah, good connection.
Government,
groups.
okay, to control your mind. Government, menta, mental.
Govern the
govern
mind.
to control.
But you know, like
You must take an interest in politics, or politics.
No.
will-
I absolutely despise
does.
them. Every essence. I follow them, but I despise politics. I think our governments are far too bloated and large.
According to Plato, that's your problem, because if you don't take an interest in politics, you're destined to be ruled by your inferiors, which is what happens right now. You must
do agree with politics.
Bring back
But
the
my
dueling
thing-
arena, and it'll solve itself.
My thing with politics is our political systems are bloated. Politics should be very localized, right? Because the same laws that penned for a man in the city do not hold the same weight for a guy that's out in the mountains fighting a bear. You know what I mean? Or somebody in Texas who's got a feral hog problem. You don't have the same laws for all those groups of people, because politics should be localized, right?
Yes.
Now,
You must have a natural law.
we've got, right, every area will institute its own natural law, right? And better men will stand up and hold law and order in just about every area. And it's happened throughout history, right? Anarchy will only reign for so long before somebody institutionalizes a little bit of sanity into the chaos, right? And then you wind up with that whole rolling ball, and it snowballs again back into the same circle that we're in right now.
Yep.
But talking about natural law, like I think, yeah, we should definitely go back to natural law. But I think, and that's, you know, that's, I mean, you know, may sound like a bit of a fanboy and like someone who like just discovered traditionalism. I mean, I have, but I think that Evola puts it well too, that not only do we have to go back to natural law, but we have to go back to divine law as well, because all the rules and whatever and laws and whatever, just for several hundreds, if not thousands of years now, there is nothing divine about it. You know, we don't have divine kings anymore. Like what we now have, they are planted here, they are given that power, maybe like from a higher source, but not a higher source that
something is whispering in their ear. That we may have kings that were planted, but something is whispering in their ear.
Well,
Dude,
look,
you look at the Tower of Maximilian. At the very top of the tower, you have the Pan, and the Pan is like whispering or playing his flute into the ears of the leaders. But if you look above the Pan, there's a dragon looking down at Pan, talking to him. So, I mean, there's something above. You find,
Yeah,
what were we talking about the other day? The stained glass windows in those churches.
Yeah.
Right? And in the stained glass windows, dude's holding a cup, which represents the Holy Grail. We all know what the Grail is the bloodline. But
Broken
in the
crown,
cup
Lucifer.
was a dragon, right? So, I mean, the divine bloodlines all go back to a dragon. The divine
And-
ruler, the divine whisperer, whatever you want to call it.
And that's a dualism between Nidhogg and the eagle, probably. The eagle.
Yeah.
Or the hawk on
the dragon and the eagle again.
Yes.
Yeah, or the
Nidhogg's
eagle
leathery
and the
wings
serpent.
carrying men.
Well, Evola wrote, all too often people forget that spirituality is essentially a way of life and that it measures and that its measure does not consist of notions, theories, and ideas that have been stored in one's head. Spirituality is actually that which has been successfully actuated and translated into a sense of superiority, which is experienced inside the soul, and a noble demeanor, which is expressed by the body. So, like,
true.
It is a
memory of the blood in a way.
Yeah, blood memory. It's a total realization and actualization of what is within the things that you've absorbed, and not just like stored in your mind. Like Nietzsche.
About waking that up.
What's that?
We've talked about how do we wake that blood memory up? Like how does one, and there's so many aspects to that though, because we're hindered in so many ways by power grids and fluoride. And I mean, we've just been detached from our gods.
Parasites.
So many ways we have been detached from our history, our ancestors, our gods, our runes, their way of life.
I think there's a marker.
How can we hope to achieve the same enlightenment they had when we don't live the same way of life they had?
Well,
I think it can happen.
Something for that.
Sorry.
This is the book I was talking about earlier, Heathen Soul Lore Foundations by Winifred Rose. This, you can actually read this online for free. It's cool. At heathensoullore.net. I, of course, when she released this, I bought a digital and physical copy, but going through this, I did find something.
Be right back, guys.
I was ready to share this, and I hope if you get a chance, you'll grab her book. You can find it on lulu.com. This is what I found. What is it? In Midgard, the Dwemer image remains connected to Sawullo, channeling flows of energy between Hell and Midgard. Dwemer serves as a spindle or magnet, collecting all our other souls around it. Now, what she's presenting, to give you a little background, is the soul is in parts. It's not one thing. It's a multitude of things coming together.
Spot on.
So our Sawullo, with its Dwemer, is the center of gravity that holds all of our souls together during our life in Midgard. At the end of our physical life, our Dwemer departs Midgard as a phantom and returns to the Sawullo soul who generated it. So what is it that calls the Dwemer image into being from Sawullo? What urge does Sawullo feel that moves it to form a Dwemer and send it forth into Midgard? A sacred spark is lit. A spiritual fire ignites, and its beauty and power draw the Dwemer forth from its Sawullo soul in hell, pulling it up into Midgard. The sacred spark is our Fera soul, which ignited when egg and sperm meet in the act of conceiving a physical body. Get ready for this term: a lich.
A lich?
A lich. Fera is the power of lightning and thunder, the power of earth and mountains, of sky and storm. It flows through Thor and his mother Earth and into humans, animals, trees, and all beings of nature. As the lightning strike of Fera life begins in the womb, the complex flows of energy acting through the Dwemer cause each Fera to become a unique individual, imprinted by the Dwemer image and formed from the life power of earth and sky. Thus, Fera soul, and Sawullo soul meet together bridging the sacred energies between Midgard, the home of life, and Hell, the womb of souls. Get ready, because this is where we go back to when I said tabletop RPGs are a great way of bridging that gap between, those traditions that we are holding so dear to right now and teaching them to our children. Is one of the most popular villains in D&D right now comes from way back when. We're talking 70s, late 70s, early 80s, and it's called Vecna. Vecna is an arch lich. He's the Lich King. These evil liches that they talk about, these lich lords, what are they? Well, when you meet them, they still operate like you or I would, but they have these great powers. They are difficult as fuck to face, but they are rotting. Yeah. Like you could see that there's the hand of Vecna and the eye of Vecna. Now you take those two artifacts, and that's what they are. They're literally his body parts. They're considered artifacts. If you wanted the power of his hand, you would have to cut off your own hand and put his hand on the stump. The two will merge, and now you have his hand. Now you can wield his power. If you wanted to use his eye, you'd have to pluck out your own and put that thing in. And now, if you have both of them, you're extremely powerful as a character. The problem is it's going to corrupt the shit out of you. So the thing I think is teaching kids through that, teaching your children through that these beings are in some way us.
Yes.
It's like I said before with Ragnarok, kind of talking about cycles. This is what happens when the cycle is broken through some unnatural means. This is what happens. We are slowly but surely, and I think there's a concentrated attempt to turn us into nothing more than just the lich.
The singularity.
Golems.
I was about to mention this, and I used the code word blood magic or needle magic, and you know what I mean when I say that. And there is this Swedish scientific study which clearly proves that blood magic, it alters the DNA in your liver, probably other places as well. But you can imagine what that means. I mean, it's truly horrible, because this has now happened to the majority of our populations, at least, well, like 90%.
Yeah.
And you have to think about, I'm an individual, I dodged this, but it's almost all the fertile women. It's horrible. I mean, consider what that means.
Yeah.
It means that they have poisoned.
Attacked our blood memory.
Yeah, something. And it might be just genetic garbage, we don't know, or it might be something more sinister. We have no idea of knowing. So,
but even with the physical manipulation that we have come across just within the past, I'll give it about 10 years, just with all this physical manipulation to attempt to disconnect us. The question I have is, has it worked? And my answer to that is no, it hasn't. Because these unnatural means of taking us from that divine state, or the attempt to keep us from striving for it, that's what's slowly killing us. But a lot of us have stood up and said, you know what, it doesn't matter what you pump into me, it doesn't matter what you feed me, I'm still going for it, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. The thing is, with those parts of our soul, they can overcome that. The human body, despite its fragility, is amazingly durable. It self-repairs. It does a lot of stuff, even during the cycle where we start to experience entropy. It's amazingly resistant to certain things. The question that really people need to ask themselves, and this is one of the most life-changing questions I got during doing DDP yoga, was when he asks, what do you want? And again, I must have been asked that a million times during my life. During my 44 years on this planet, I must have been asked that millions of times. Never understood it until he asked it just that way. What do you want? Because what you want has to matter. Like, you have to get that single-minded focus there. Once you get the single-minded focus there, that's it. It's game over as long as you commit to it.
Yes.
Once you've committed to it, once you've dedicated to it, once you've reached for it and reached for it and reached for it and worked, and your blood, sweat, and tears have been shed for this thing, eventually it's going to be yours. And there's no other way around it.
This reminds me about Babylon 5. That's the question the Warlords, the Shadows ask you. What do you want? The Shadows are kind of these Darwinistic creatures, because this entails a world of becoming. It's something you can create, basically. Whereas the Warlords, the kind of Platonic good guys, they ask, who are you? So they want to see what your being is. So they're kind of more like, do not create, just seek what already is, perhaps. Just an interesting thought.
And even with the role-playing games that I mentioned, one of the things that I see as a complete affront to it, this one D&D campaign that they're putting on now, what Wizards of the Coast is going to do, and this is based on what they've done before, is what they want to do is there's this prevailing philosophy among most gamers who are well within their right mind. It's my table, my rules, your table, your rules. You can hack those rules as much as you want. If I'm sitting down at your table, I should understand this is the way you run a game. And I either accept that, I sit down with my character sheet and my dice, and I play.
Back to the localized government.
And I play, and I try to have as much fun as possible. Or I don't, I get up and I walk away. I thank whoever's running the game for the opportunity, but I just don't think this is for me. That would be how I would handle it. I have done that before. And it's a very diplomatic way of just not burning a bridge. And maybe eventually some of those players will find their way to your table. And now they have an understanding that this is your game. These are your rules.
Yep.
This is how you're going to run it. And they either sit down and play, or they get up and leave. And it's as simple as that. What this thing that they're doing now they bought D&D Beyond from Twitch, and this campaign has emerged. All of their ebooks. Now notice when I said I purchased this book in two formats. I got the physical right here, and I have a PDF file of it. Okay, so this is not tied in. And believe it or not, she's one of my friends. She's still in that organization. Apparently she's okay with it, with what they do, and that's fine. But I bought her book because I find her writing absolutely fascinating. So if she ever makes a new addition to this, I'm going to have to buy another book. That's fine. I'm okay with that. With D&D Beyond, all of their books are tied into D&D Beyond. Every one of them. If you have an ebook, you cannot take it and go over to Roll20 with it. You would actually have to purchase the physical book and then go from there. You can't, that electronic copy of that book is tied right into that service. And what's worse is when they decide, I don't think that rule's going to work, they could just erase it, get you the new edition. You won't even notice it. They can literally revise those books at any time. And they've done history. They've done it with the new Spelljammer thing where they finally removed the Hadozi from it. They did announce it, but I'm like, okay, you were able to grab those that quickly. And a lot of us were like, even I was a little torn. I was like, should I buy this one? Because now those books are collector's items. But I'm not really willing to give them any more money. So no, absolutely not. The second thing that will happen is they will microtransact you on minis, how to dress them up. I mean, it's like Fortnite here. terrain, maps, so on and so forth. They hope that you will have bought into the sunk cost fallacy to where any rule that they place, in your code of conduct, whether it's here in D&D Beyond or anywhere else on the web, you will follow it to the letter, or you will be locked out of your account and you will have no access to anything that you have purchased, which means, again, World Economic Forum, you will own nothing and be happy. You will just rent it and blah, blah, blah.
In a way,
Not rent, lease.
Lease.
Right. Yeah, it's a natural consequence of streaming in general, is that you don't have hard copies any longer. So.
Exactly. And so this is why I say this is like a very desperate attempt, a pathetic one at that. As long as you can see past its if you see past the nefarious thing and not get defeated by it, it is a pathetic attempt to subvert your table, your rules. You can't, teach this about heroism. You can't just make some barbarian. You have to give it like 40 or 50 different feats or whatever. You can't just do this. You can't just do that. Eventually it becomes, well, if you don't like it, go find a real table to play at. And when you're locked out of your account, that's where the real feeling of defeat comes in, because it's a walled garden and you've been cast out. And now
the same thing is happening in society. Exactly.
So when like even Discord came up with that, where they're like, oh, well, if you violate any of our policies anywhere on the web and you're reported, we can lock you out. I was like, bye.
Now look, see here.
I'm gonna go check on my radishes.
Here's where we've come. Exactly. Here's where we've come around to this another entire culture birthing right next to it, where we're yinning the yang, right? This culture starts to bubble up to the point where people are getting expelled from it, right? Those people will start to build up their own culture. And when that culture collides with this culture, then we wind up in that place. Well, but you have the people like us, the ones who sit back and neutrally observe, right? And basically just say, okay, I see what's going on. I'm going to make progressive steps to prepare myself so that when this shit folds in on itself, I'm not standing underneath it.
Exactly.
Right? That's another aspect of the earthly duality, earthly dualism. Like I've been saying it for some time now. There is a definite split going on, and it's getting bigger. It's getting more noticeable. Like you have the
cellular mitosis.
Sorry.
Cellular mitosis with when a single cell splits into two cells.
Yeah.
The Vedic temples. Have you ever seen the mitosis examples in the Vedic temples?
No,
I haven't. They show like the artificial womb, and then it shows the sperm, the egg, and then the mitosis where it splits.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I know I brought it up in the tribe a really long time ago, dude, but it's in a Vedic temple somewhere in northern India.
Wow.
It's like 5,000 years old, carved into the wall, and they have a depiction of an artificial womb, a sperm, an egg, and then the mitosis happening. And that mitosis split. The first one, it's like a yin yang, and then you see the 4 cells, and then it divides again, and it's a whole nother set of pictures that go down the wall.
And think of this for just a moment. All right, let's say that everyone is in the walled garden. Okay, well then you have the few really loud jerks. They get cast out. Okay, so now the few really loud jerks are out there, and they can be kind of written off. Now, the more extreme the overlords become, the more people get cast out. And like you said, Josh, eventually, this happens where the people who are cast out are going to be like, what the fuck just happened? That's going to be the first question. They find out what happened, and then they're going to find those who are like-minded. Now you're also going to, from there, you form an ambassadorship, because they're going to be like, oh, well, they just came out here. Come with us. It's okay. They're a bunch of idiots, and they're going to shrink. Come with us. Let's show you. And eventually, What you have is the few really loud jerks on the opposite end of things, that extreme fringe. This is what they got. They built that hellscape for themselves. And now they're going to do everything they can to demoralize and dehumanize this other side here that has built a critical mass.
Yes.
And when they're faced with that, that's where these desperate moves start coming up, because they're absolutely terrified that everything they've worked to build is going to come crashing down. Little do they realize they've been chipping away at the foundations from the start. It's going to come crashing down on them anyway.
Raven, here's the thing. All the people have to realize is that all they have to do to fight the whole thing, right? I mean, you could literally topple the whole system with one little 2-letter word. No. Come over here. No. Go to this place and report. No.
No.
All that is
no.
All that is true, and maybe that's the end point, that we are able to form new communities. But atomization is very real in this very moment. People are isolated in front of their computers, and this is kind of like a substitute. It's not the real thing. It's not a real social event in a way. So that it's a huge problem. People have forgotten to form social bonds and social communities. It's like it's like a physical
network was the fall of the socializing.
Yeah, and how do we rebuild that? Because that's so very hard. I think I live in the countryside, and there is not. It's like in the city. People don't really know their neighbors any longer, and this is like a small village.
I can attest to that. I believe I mentioned it in like either episode 1 or episode 2 or both. Like, I live in a apartment building. I don't know who the people living above me are. I don't know who the guy living on that end is. I know, like, I live on number 4. I know who lives at number 3, but that's because, you know, he used to be a chef. I'm a chef myself, and he took care of my cat when I was in the States with Keely for 3 weeks. That's the only reason I know him. And like, every once in a while, when I'm not at home and a package gets delivered, he picks it up for me. And I live in a apartment building, and there are several more here in the neighborhood. I don't know any of these people, and there are several hundreds.
That's where we're at right now, right? We're at that spot. Like, how do we address our neighbors? Because what if the neighbor is one of the others? You know what I mean? What if I try to address them and they're one of those extremist mother effers? You know what I mean?
Because that's what the reality was in Eastern Germany. And every third person was an informant.
Yeah.
They have done this on purpose. Yeah. They have gotten us to otherize ourselves. They have not even otherized us. They have just said a few words on TV that were very triggering little dog whistles, and they got people to otherize themselves. And I mean, we've gotten to this broken point. You know, like, society's going to tip one way or another. Either we're going to fall back to actual society, or we are going to fall into demoralized cityscapes. I mean, there's not, there's not a balance in between. I don't think. I think we're sitting in that balance, and it's going to tip one way or the other.
I think we're going to fall both ways. Yes, actually.
Yep.
That's what I was talking about with the splits, with the you know.
Let's think about this though, Stein. You have one side that are, let's say in the United States, here's a perfect example, right? In the United States, you have these giant Democrat-run metropolises, right?
Mm.
Let's say they start a little battle with the Republican-run areas. Guess what the Republican-run areas have?
Food.
Everything they fucking need. Food, fuel, everything. Okay? So now they're up in their big, tall buildings. The man in High Castle, what does he need? Everything. What is he going to get from us? Not a fucking thing. Right? I mean, you wind up with this tipping point. Eventually, you're going to hit this tipping point. where people disagree with each other so hard that they go, I'm not even selling food to that son of a bitch. You know what I mean? And that's where we're at, dude.
But they
I
have
mean,
an army, and
Yeah.
they will come and take what they need. At least
Look what the United States just did to the Amish. Dude, there's 3 Amish communities that got raided.
Yeah.
They took the fucking Amish people's potatoes and sold them to Walmart, bro.
Oh my gosh. And
that's insane.
And the insanity
Just saying.
with the othering that we were talking about, where people are so cast out that eventually this happened to a sim in Second Life that I saw. Now no one wants anyone in the administration of that particular simulator in their sims, and they're stuck with basically 2 ghost towns that were sister sims to each other, and they're still
bastardized.
and they're sitting in their Discord, self-congratulating each other, patting themselves on the back of how great they are. It's like, okay, great, but your sim is empty. No one goes to it. And by the time they got around to telling me I was banned, I didn't care. I was just like, what? It's not like I'm banging down your door. What are you talking about? I'm off doing my channel now. What do you want about? So when you have something like that, that's the real threat, is when people don't care. When that's the biggest threat to that kind of extreme power structure is we're in power, we make all the rules, you don't step out of line or you're out. And then after nothing you do is good enough and you're cast out. In my case, for that one group, nothing I did was good enough. Okay, I'll go take my contributions where they are good enough. So when that happens, you lose control of that person. Look at Varg. Varg had that YouTube channel. There was nothing really that terrible. There was a lot of like thinly veiled shit, but that was about it. Now they kicked him off, and now look at
he's
him.
gone all the way.
He's buried the needle, and now I think even some who, like, I used to watch him mainly to listen to his stories from the black metal days, but now I'm watching him and I'm like, okay, and I'm just making my way somewhere else. I see it, like, I've been to like Cloud Hub, for example. I'm doing my tarot videos over there. They get the most views on that platform, and I get straight up attacked by fundamentalist Christians who call what I do evil.
Good.
And let me tell you something, some of those YouTube bans were deserved. Okay, they earned them things. So I'm not willing to say, oh well, they're going after Christians, obviously. No, some of them were well deserved, obviously. But
has anybody been on Reddit lately?
Reddit, I haven't been on Reddit in well, let me put it to you this way. I've been off Reddit longer than I've been off Facebook. I've been off Facebook for 10 years.
All right. You don't have a pronoun in your bio, you're automatically getting attacked, right?
Oh shit.
You don't. It's so effing insane. Like, I literally had people DMing me, hey bro, you need to put your pronouns in your bio. Fuck you.
Just
You
write
know what
Nazi
I mean?
and Nazi self.
Dude, they were karma crashing me because I refused to put in, like, it was ridiculous, dude. I had like 500,000 karma. I'm at like 1,700 now. Like, it's crazy.
Whoa.
They'll brigade and bury you, and that's against the rules, but the rules only apply in one direction.
Yes,
I was
it's
on Reddit like
their stream
about a
is
year ago, and just like even like with so many like heathen groups on Reddit, like I tried bringing the tribe over there as well because it's a major platform and whatever, failed miserably, should have known. But like so many heathen and pagan groups there, like I had in my my bio and still have on Minds and Twitter and whatever, I'm a folkish heathen, my own people, my own folk go first, then I'll take care of the rest, like, which is quite normal. I think, you know, you take care of your own circle first, your own people first. But, you know, it's associated with a very bad man with a funny looking mustache. So,
Or as I like to put it, a push broom for a high-speed cocksucker.
yeah, yeah. So like they fucking saw that in like any heathen group, and it's like, what? You're folkish? Ban. Okay, fine. I'll just join another. Like, you know, leave a couple comments here and there. Try to, you know, get it out there a bit. What? You're folkish? Ban. I'm like, guys, this has nothing to do with it.
It's funny to hear them try to tell me that pagans are communists because they live in little walled towns.
Oh God.
I'm like, hold on a minute. Like these people actually own their own land, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's like the exact opposite of communism, though. You know what I mean? Like, free men own their own product. Yes, they do live in communities. They do trade with each other and support their own communities, but they weren't like going out.
Community does not equal communism.
Exactly. But they have that in their mind that like, if they turn America into this hippie commune, that's what communism is going to be. And it's like, are you getting crazy? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're going to be
okay.
The first
real quick before we
behind the chemical shed and shot. That's
guys, real quick before we go further into this, because this is another like divide, another piece of Ragnarok, you know, internet v real life. Mr. Worlock, you unfortunately have to go. You have to put some.
I have to put children in their beds, or else they do not go in their beds.
Oh no!
Yes.
Then children will do what children will do, and just
they will
listen
do
to their
it
parents
with success. Like all the success that I never had in my lifetime, those kids will do it off the corners of the walls. And yep, you guys, it's been an incredible time. Thank you so much for having me here.
It's been awesome, man. Just plug your channels, plug your stuff. Real quick.
I don't have a whole lot. You can find me on Telegram. I'm in the Wolf Tribe. You can find me there real easy. You could also find my channel. I do a show with James True called High Magic with a CK, and it's just a fun time. We just sit around, and it's a whole lot like this. We just talk about whatever topic that comes up, and
constantly derailing trains of thought.
Exactly.
Yeah,
well, that's part of the magic, right? If you can keep that train of thought going yourself, then that's how you know it's a good one.
And please post those train of thoughts in the tribe of the Greyhorn Pagans as well, because this is awesome, man. Like for first time coming on, dude, you got some mind blowing stuff.
Oh, thanks, man. It was great to be here. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
No problem. You're seriously, and thank you for coming on. And you're welcome anytime to come back on whatever show we're doing. So,
all right, thank you. I'll take you up on that.
Awesome.
All right, you guys have a great night.
Yes, you too, bro.
But going back to that for just a moment, one of the things that I came up with, and Josh, we talked about this too with Ocean Keltoy's channel. Ocean claimed to be a libertarian, and as far as I know, because you know I'm one of those just live and let live. You know, I'll do me, or you do you, I'll do me. We'll just kind of respectfully disagree where we disagree. That's just how I live. I'm not going to sit there and step on your toes. I just expect that you won't step on mine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I love libraries, but I'm not going to put a gun to your head and make you pay up to, you know, build one. That's how I am. But I have watched him go on and on about folk. He just very oversimplified folkism to being heathen racism. I watched him go after another YouTuber, and I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of Wisdom of Odin's channel. I do watch it from time to time. It, you know, the information's okay. It's just not my bag. But I watched him
watch Ocean attack him like that was just uncalled for, bro.
I was like, okay, I could see making one video where you state your disagreements with him, but video after video after video, that dude lives in your head rent free.
Yeah, he wanted him to log off YouTube, is what it is. He wanted
exactly it. Yeah, to push him off. He wanted him to cancel himself. That way, he was like, oh, well, I didn't have anything to do it. I'm like, dude, no. That's where I hopped off.
Yeah, really universalist belief there, huh?
Yeah, real universalist. And then I noticed the same activity with the group I joined. A lot of the same activity, a lot of the same thought patterns. And I could not believe what I was encountering. But the real problem with that, and what I kind of came to was, like we saw, I mentioned Galina Kraskova just triggers them. They absolutely cannot stand what she stands for. And even she's mentioned that she has theological differences between herself and them. I have the same disagreements there. But here's what I think is the most important thing about that is when we have the shit, I lost my train of thought there for a second. See, there's my magic kind of go, fucking Jack, I'm out. But anyway, it's this is where the hardcore disagreement starts to really become a problem. It's because one of the things that he told him, and if he were so confident in this, he wouldn't have made more videos about it. But he said if he, this guy on Wisdom of Odin, he said that it seemed like Declaration 127 was an attempt to control thought. And
that's exactly what it was.
And that's the thing, like on its surface, like it was directed at the AFA, so I kind of get that. I mean, especially the way the AFA has really gone since McNallen stepped down. Okay, I get it, but here's the problem. When Ocean says, if he can't do that bare minimum, stop right there. Where was the minimum of requirement? That's what I like. Who is the authority here? Because if that's the minimum, then I wonder what the maximum would be. And
you just hold a mirror up to Ocean in that aspect.
It's like Ocean. Where do you draw the line? That's what I want.
Yeah, but what has he done in the same essence?
Exactly.
Put the mirror up to his face. What has he done?
Exactly. And when I was with the other group, their word was law. You accepted folkism was either racism, and that is it. You did not ask questions. And when I did, boy, that got smacked down really quick. When I come over to the tribe and I begin asking questions, I got answers. I can't say all of them were answers that I absolutely loved or fell in love with or agreed with right away, or didn't just have the urge to research, but I got answers. Right, I got a discussion. So one of the things I asked was, what exactly is folkism, and why do you subscribe to it? And when I got the answer, I was like, well, fuck, I kind of think the same way. I'm going to take care of me first. I'm going to take care of those around me next. And then if we have the ability to do so, then we're going to take care of some other people. Now, when I say take care of some other people, I'm not excluding anyone unless you're just, if
they're part of the community, they're part of the community.
That's it. Skin color won't matter. What they do in the bedroom won't matter. And going back to what you said, I just went to war with LinkedIn because they continuously emailed me about my pronouns. They continuously emailed me, help us to get to know you better. And so, yeah, that's what I did. And now, here I am with the white eyes and the black
LinkedIn,
hair.
Their administration does it. Reddit, their little army does it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
but
I went full bore, and I put stuff down like, you know, I don't think what I do in the bedroom is going to affect my job performance or my ability to do that job. But if we're going to get insistent, I don't want to hear a fucking word when I come to work dressed as a Cenobite. Hashtag dress for the job you want.
Hey, you'd rock it too, bro.
I
Rock it.
probably would. I'm still packing on a few pounds I'm trying to lose. So let's not get our hopes up just yet. But and then I would post books, like pictures of books like this, which is the Necronomicon, which is I bought that for my games, y'all, because this is an interesting, really fun work of fiction.
Careful with that though, because
Where are we?
is the Necronomicon, like, it may be just a book, but it does contain some powerful magic.
But
Where are we as a society? If we're being forced to tell people what our pronouns are, it should be vividly obvious by looking at somebody. It's a compliance tool.
I offer to drop my pants. I will happily show you what I'm packing.
And they didn't take you up on it?
And nobody has yet, because I always ask when I have a player at my table who's making a very questionable decision with their character, I ask them the same question that I'll ask that player, and it's, are you sure you really want to do that? Because if I'm asking you, are you sure you really want to do that? I am going to give you, and you say yes, I will give you everything you want, and you are not going to like a bit of it. It's like, I want to jump that, 40-foot chasm because I think I'm a barbarian. I've got powerful legs. I can do that. Are you sure you want to do that? Absolutely. Roll athletics. Oh, you rolled a 16. You're falling to your death. Goodbye.
And that's another divide that is visible, and another confusion. I think, like, so many people think that or feel that the internet is a reflection of society. And it's like, yeah, in some ways, maybe, but like the internet, it always has been a place where you can do anything, be anything, be anyone. Like,
Skid Row of society.
Sorry?
It's the Skid Row of society. It's the Haight Ashbury of society.
In a way too, the internet. Public scientific fiction. I
gotta go get some.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be back.
All right.
I wanted to tell you a kind of sad story about cancel culture. It's both sad and kind of extreme. Something that happened to me.
Extreme and sad story about cancel culture. Bring it on.
Yeah. Okay. So. As I told you at the beginning, kind of like a bit confused perhaps, I'm a writer and I sometimes make video poetry. I make poems and put them into video with music and stuff. And I was a member of a writing group on Facebook where I posted 2 of my poems. And those poems were a tribute to Mars, the war god, and a tribute to Freya. And I used music from Sirius for Mars. That's a kind of a political band, you might say. And there was a woman that really liked this stuff, and she liked and commented, and she really enjoyed it. And suddenly she had removed her comment, but she had left her like. She had forgotten to remove that. So I knew her name. She was a writer, and I didn't think more about it until I got a phone call from the police asking questions about my channel. That's kind of sad. So it's really, really bad. It's kind of hard to understand.
Do you know who called, or like for what the reason for that was? I mean, I'm assuming by that woman called for some reason.
She sent a report to the police, and she thought the stuff I did was weird and questionable, really. And so so the police started asking questions about it, and it really wasn't any extreme content either. But I think it was based
No,
on the
I've-
choice of music.
I've seen
but-
some of your work on Odyssey. It's good.
But
It's good. Still have to watch your new video though. I'll do that soon.
yeah. I forgot. The stuff on Odyssey is more like erotica, so it's not really relevant. This is like poetry I'm talking about.
I don't care.
But it must be said. I have been politically active before, just commenting on politics on a YouTube channel, and that's what got me in the spotlight to begin with. So it's kind of related to that. But I also have a friend who is somewhat politically active, or he has a net site, and is on the political right. And in the city he lives, there was a speech to be held by a person on the left, the dissenting left, and the police approached my friend who is on the right and started asking him questions about this guy on the left, and if he knew him and who his friends were. It's really insane. So every form of
insinuating a lot.
Yeah, every form of dissent is kind of is told on, because the population is told that you should report everything suspicious to the authorities, and the authorities will let you know, because that's the agenda here. They want to let you know that they're watching you, right?
Listen, we just got mail that got sent out to all these Americans from what's called the Southern Law Group. I shared it in the tribe. It is a, what do you call it? People sign petition, right? A petition against whiteness and white supremacy. Okay? This is no joke. There was a copy for Nancy Pelosi, a copy for Joe Biden, and I want to say Chuck Schumer, right? And it's basically asking everybody to not only denounce everything white, but to report people who are acting a little too white. So, I mean,
that's also a thing. Like, you don't even have to be white or Caucasian or however you want to call it. Like, you don't even have to be a white supremacist. Like, now it's a way of thinking, a way of acting. Like, I've seen comments on like people of color who are supposedly white supremacists, and it's like, but fucking how? But you know, and
they're not. They're just getting labeled that. It's you could slap that label on anybody, really.
It's a test for obedience, and if you don't obey, they will slap any crime on you.
Exactly, and that's what a lot of this current point in our cycle is. It's a test of obedience. It's a test of will. Like, how strong is your will? How
it's a purity test.
That too.
They're nothing more than dyed-in-the-wool Puritans.
Like,
Listen,
are you an enemy or are you a useful idiot, basically?
And you're supposed to not obey anything.
What are we going to find out about these vaccines in 3 years?
Yeah, like, but don't you dare compare it to Nazi Germany. Like, but it is, especially with the pandemic and whatever. Like,
that was very much like Nazi Germany.
Oh, hell yeah.
Lockdowns, snitching on your neighbors, all of that.
Like, I refused to wear a mask or whatever. And I can remember, like, on my freaking birthday even, it was, I think like 2 years ago now, or maybe even last year, I was still, I still smoked weed, as does like about every Dutchie, but I needed some new, I needed new tobacco. So I went to the Albert Heijn just to get a big pot of tobacco. Like 2 security guards, like fucking 2 security guards, making sure that everybody was properly masked and whatever. And I just said, no, I'm not going to wear one.
When you knew it was bullshit is when they were telling people to wear it from the front door of the restaurant to the table. right?
Yeah.
That you could tell at that very moment, that's when it was just a compliance thing, because it doesn't make sense. There was no science behind that shit.
But
You know,
I got
why does
into a fight, like a physical fight with one of those security guards because I flat out refused. I was like, I am just gonna go over there to the register, buy a pot of tobacco, and I'm out again. It's get in, buy whatever the fuck I need, get out. No, wear a mask. And like, I don't care if I get into a physical fight. I have trained several, different kind of martial arts. I like actually tonight, just before I opened the room, or like, well, you guys opened the room, but before I came on, which again was like very weird that like I come into the room and there are already people there and they're talking, like, okay, that's first. But like, I just came back from jujitsu. If necessary, I know how to defend myself. I know how to get out of a situation. Like, that's not the issue, but just that I refuse to wear what is basically either paper or cloth
a piece of paper
in front of my mouth and my nose, because because I actually care about the health of my lungs. Like, wearing a mask like that shit is not good for you. I can tell you that much. Because I refused to do that, because I refused to cooperate, because like whatever, I got into a actual physical fight. Like,
see,
it's a compliance test.
I used common sense.
I hope you heard the
when they say wear a mask.
I tried my hardest. I had in like
wear a mask to a doctor's office,
but then I got pulled off, unfortunately. So like, I was so close.
there was the logic behind it though, because sometimes it makes sense to wear a mask, right? If I'm going to be standing, ass to back with somebody in a grocery store line that may be immunocompromised, I get it. But you're telling me to wear my mask from the front door of the restaurant to the table. You know what I mean? You're telling me to wear my mask outside in a park.
Yeah, but then still, microbes and viruses are small enough that they can go through it.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't fucking matter.
Like a 308 through a rose bush.
Like the 6-foot guideline. Do you know where they got the 6-foot guideline?
I have no idea.
Yeah, 6 foot under.
Somebody guessed. A dude at the WHO guessed.
Oh, wow.
How far do you think a sneeze will go effectively? I don't know, maybe about 6 feet. Sounds good to me. Boom, that was it. They even had dude, there was interviews talking about where did that 6 feet guideline come from? Somebody just throwing it out there.
No, see, this
right,
is,
but
this
it became
where,
law. That's the thing. There was no science behind it, but it became law.
As much as like sometimes this comes up in my readings where I'm like, okay, stop trolling, stop trying to dunk. That's a lower form of communication, and you don't need that right now. The key words are right now. Sometimes it's just not needed. You need to go on with your life. You need to do your thing. That being said, I'm on board with you there, Josh. When it said, okay, from the door of the restaurant to the table or in a park, I was like, oh, this is security theater, plain and simple. And now let the lower form of communication begin. So
yes,
I was like, okay, I am not really willing to, if I'm grocery shopping, I don't want to deal with police or anything like that. I just want to get my shit and get the fuck home. I don't want to deal with people, especially working in a pharmacy. You do lose a desire to deal with people after a while. So I began carrying around an empty flash drive. It had nothing on it. And one of the things I learned from Jason E. Street, if you've never seen any of his lectures at DEF CON, this guy is awesome. And one of the things that he liked to do was he would like to make a bad USB, stick it in an envelope. Hey, what's your boss's name? Write the boss's name down, seal the envelope, give that to him. Make sure he gets that. And of course, boss is going to plug it into his computer. Now he's got access to it. That's how he hacks things, through people. And I learned that before the
social engineering, baby.
That's it. Social engineering is the best form of hacking. So what I would do is I'd carry around an empty USB stick. And that was part of my EDC for a long time. And someone would compliment one of my masks. And of course, I'm light sensitive, so I'm constantly wearing sunglasses. I'm constantly covered up. I mean, if I don't, this shit happens. This shit hurts. I don't like it. So I stay covered.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, that's
You should
bad.
You should live in Norway. You should live in Norway because
Oh.
we have a dark time half the
Right.
year.
Hey,
so-
Raven,
Oh
come
my
to
God.
Florida, bro. Shit.
Yeah, I'll hang out on the beach for a day. Totally.
Dude, I'm
Get
German
your tan
stock
on.
and I lived here for 40 years. I'm telling you right now, in the last 3 years, it's gotten so unbearable for me here that I used to love this state, dude.
Yeah.
Until I couldn't properly hydrate anymore because of my kidneys and pancreatitis and shit. Man, I'm telling you, I fucking hate it here now. I hate everything about it. Dude,
But-
what?
I would carry around this flash drive, and of course, I would get complimented on some of my masks because I have these like weird designs that I got. Same company I bought the cowboy hat from. You know, I got my face mask from there. So I would have this thing up over my face, and it would be like this really gnarly skull. And I tell people, "Oh yeah, I'm always wearing a smile," you know, just fucking with them. And if someone complimented and they were in line, I'd be like, "Yeah, this is the greatest thing ever for me. You want to know why?" And they're like, "Why?" Because I'm in cybersecurity. And now all I need is to pull this drive out of my pocket. I'm going to go access those computers. I'm going to get all customer information. And these fucking cameras are worthless to stop me. And you would see this look like I can see their eyes. They can't see mine.
And you're
this
wearing a
look-
mask and glasses and
And
you're
go-
asked to by the, yeah,
right? And
make them
The
regret
look-
every bit of it.
the look on their face was the look in their eyes was one of stark terror.
Mhm.
And I did it because, again, when I'm seeing someone making questionable decisions, I default to Sun Tzu: never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake.
Yes.
So they're making a mistake. I'm not going to interrupt them. I'm going to let them. Let's see. Are you sure you want to do this? Because
Yeah.
we can, and we will, and you will not
You know,
like it.
Raven, I see it like the warning signs on a hairdryer. And I honestly believe, dude, we just need to remove them all and let nature take its.
Hey, I'm all on board with that. I mean, Bill Engvall, here's your sign.
Like
That was
so,
where that
social
started.
social Darwinism. Just remove the warning labels and
And let nature
it
take
sort
its
out.
course.
Hey,
Yeah.
100%.
you want to fry a chicken and NyQuil? Go right ahead. It's
Oh,
not working
sure,
out so well.
see
is
what
it?
happens.
Yeah.
Oh.
You want the Tide Pod challenge? Let them do it. Let them do
Bro,
it. I'll
bro,
actually
I
watch
saw
them
the
at the
best
bottom of the
video
pod.
the other day. This chick gave herself food poisoning doing a TikTok video because she got this idea to cook chicken drumsticks in a waffle maker. Okay.
Oh, what the?
Listen, she pulls out frozen chicken drumsticks, drops them in the waffle maker, slaps it shut.
No.
She goes, listen, she opens it up. She goes, ooh, this is still a little rare. I like my chicken rare, and starts fucking eating it. And I'm like, no, slow motion, dude. I just picture the botulism entering her system, dude. Like, oh my God.
What is
She
wrong
comes
with
on and
you?
does a video afterwards. The chicken drumsticks nearly killed me. Don't ever eat partially cooked chicken, blah, blah, blah. She had to do like a
No
disclaimer
shit.
on her own video.
Like, and
That's where we're
do-
at in society, bro.
I do wonder, like, this is making it maybe a bit darker, but how much of like compliance and whatever is just because of the dumbing down of society? We're not taught to ask questions. That's why they push
Stein,
the
do you-
believe the science.
have
Do you
trust
remember-
the science, the science and government? Because I guess that's the same thing now, or it goes hand in hand. it's the new god. It's the god of our age, you know?
Do you remember
Like
that saying, everybody
science-
gets 15 minutes of fame?
I do.
Yeah.
Right. We're in a society where everybody is just hunting for that 15 minutes. That's it. That's all they're
15
doing with their
seconds.
fucking lives.
Like
Their
nowadays,
entire-
it's 15 seconds, bro. Like a TikTok video doesn't go over a minute. Like
Their
our
entire
attention
life.
span, and that is in the YouTube comments. Let me look up who
Like,
said that real quick.
this is-
Yeah,
This is what happens when we
the
stop.
Happyland again. He
What
said
happens
like,
when we stop heroizing football players and shit, athletes, real people.
yeah, but like, why are we constantly chasing for the new thing? Why are we constantly chasing for the new high? Because our attention span has gotten so fucking short.
Gotta get
Like-
that dopamine hit.
Bro,
Yeah,
my
exactly,
4-year-old
and-
is a perfect example. My brother is 10 years younger than me. I didn't have the internet. I had Nintendo. I had Atari, right? My thing, my parents go outside and play. And when you're stuck inside, then you play video games,
Yeah.
right? And that's how I did it. I played outside when my friends were available, right? Pretty soon, social media happened and the friends stopped being available. You stopped knocking on your friends' doors and saying, hey, can so-and-so come out and play? You wind
Available
up with
became
everybody,
online status.
Diablo, Warcraft, Starcraft. They brought everybody into these online communities that became the social norm, that became the
Yeah.
social gathering place, the common ground.
Nothing social but social media.
It's cooked, dude. Like, we don't have, how do we get back there? We kill everything electronic. My 4-year-old has
I
got
agree.
the shortest attention span I've ever seen.
Yeah, but a 4-year-old doesn't have to have a long attention span. He's 4 years old.
I've
But
heard
a
a-
4-year-old, a
I've heard-
4-year-old should be able to sit down and watch a 15-minute cartoon.
Sure.
You know what I mean? A 4-year-old should be able to wait 2 minutes without having a panic attack before you can get up and get him his drink. You know what I
I've
mean?
heard a story from kindergarten where the children see some butterflies outside their window. So they're like staring at the butterflies and they go like this on the
Yes.
window.
Try to expand them.
Yeah.
Zoom in.
Oh,
So
wow.
it's really sad. And my grandmother told me that when people first got television sets in their houses, they stopped visiting each other. So
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
The
the
radio
boomer generation
show.
was the first. They are slaves to their televisions. It's true, and it's really sad. But
It goes back a little further to the radio, though, because people would gather around the radio to listen to Little Orphan Annie and all of those shows. And that was kind of the Kickstarter to it. But once the TV came out, you're right, it went into overdrive.
but
It's
we are
always-
worse.
it's
We are
always been
worse
a
than even the
screen.
boomers.
For the longest time, it's been a screen. It's been a black screen. It's been a black mirror.
The
Even
Black Mirror.
like
Narcissism.
look at my phone. Like, what is this? This is not. It's not. Yeah, it's a screen, but it's a black freaking mirror. Like,
This
I'm
is-
carrying a black mirror with me basically at all times,
Yes.
which is not a good idea. I know, but still, like,
Here-
now we're so dependent on it that, like, try and live without one. You basically can't anymore.
Here's how
I
you
still get
reverse
my
that.
dopamine from dopamine. I'm just saying. I don't need my phone for it, bro.
Dope.
I-
I enjoy conversations in the tribe, but I go days at times without it in the
Yeah.
hospital. You know, so
Here's how you reverse that, though. You have to you have to shift your perspective. And today's reading was all about shifting your perspective.
Yeah.
Now, where that applied was, instead of saying, well, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't, you look at it as, okay, well, I can choose one set of benefits or another. Either way, I win. But shifting perspective is everything right now. And shifting perspective even came up in the birthday reading I just got from Moots like not a couple hours ago. And what it is you have to be able to take, the phone or this, or I don't even care if it's this or this 2-pound thing that sits on my belt from time to time. You have to be able to take that and look at it and say, okay, what can I do with it? How can it improve my situation? You have to be able to look at it and say, how can this empower me, rather than, oh, what part of my vanity can I just indulge the fuck out of today?
And that's what we're lost in, is vanity.
Exactly
People losing themselves in filters. Dude, could you imagine if people had to be identified by their filter photos? We joke about that in Florida all the time when a hurricane comes. They're going to look on your Facebook and ain't going to know who the fuck you are. For real.
I mean, like, it was like that picture Sarah posted with the really cool eyes. I was like, whoa, where'd you get those contacts? Because I need some of those.
It's a filter.
She goes, it's a filter. I was like, damn, well, that was a great filter, because it fooled me.
Right?
It really
they did look realistic, dude.
It looked good. Yeah, it looked really good. But still,
I mean,
even right now, people are and I know this seems a little unrelated, a little tangential, but I promise you it's not. Right now, there are millions of people, due to the pressure they're feeling on their pocketbooks, they're talking about canceling Netflix. How many more subscribers can Netflix stand to lose at this point? And they're not canceling because the shows are too woke or this or that. They're canceling because the cost is just too great. And I'm like, yeah, when you started making fun of me for buying physical media again, when you started that, yeah, you remember that? Yeah, welcome to it, asshole. This is like, even at work right now, we're completely boxed in. We've got very few people. We've had hours cuts. We've had all this, crap happen where now we're converged upon. It's like the siege in the Siege of Gondor in Lord of the Rings right now. It is a barbarian show, and there have been times where people go, "Oh, you guys need to hire more help," and I'm like, "Oh, it's that simple, huh?" And the other part me is like striving to keep this in, because I'm going to be like, hey, you remember those vaccine mandates that you like so much, huh? You thought they were a good idea, right? Yeah, all those people, those selfish morons that just couldn't take the shot, they should get fired, right? Yeah, great idea. Yeah, welcome to it, dickhead. This is exactly what you get, because now the talent pool is reduced. And even with Adderall right now, Adderall's on manufacturer back order because they don't have the people to manufacture certain strengths. Like that idea still? I guess not. Well, only when it affects your convenience. Dude, are you
Raven, did you see the video I posted in the tribe with the ticker from the efficacy of the vaccines? They're 100% effective. 99, 98, 97, 96, 95, 94, all the way down to where they weren't even putting a number on it no more. Just please take these. Just please take these.
Yeah. Oh, here's a new one. It's like I've said, just based on my personal observations working in a pharmacy, it starts with, we need to test everybody. Now we're flooded with people who want to get tested because it's free. Okay, well, that starts to taper off a little bit. Yeah. Now here's a new variant. Boom, more people are getting tested. Okay, that starts to taper off. Now, here's X, Y, and Z variants. Boom, now we're flooded again. Then the shot comes out. Now we're taking it from both ends like a porn star.
And well, that's another duality, dopamine and cortisol.
Exactly. When that starts to taper off, well, now we could do, well, I mean, the boosters were part of a series on most of them anyway. And then when that starts to taper off, now here's another booster. Oh, here's another one. Here's another one. Now we'll do your kids 5 to I think it's like 5
it's become 11. A subscription service.
Then it's I'm gonna say this. I got one thing wrong in my prediction on that. It was just a prediction I made, which was they're gonna do infants next. I was completely wrong on that. They did not do that. Instead, it was this new, and oh my God, if I hear one more person say this, it's gonna drive me. If I had hair, I would tear it out. The new bivalent shot. And they did this right after Labor Day while we were backed up. And we ended up, I'm not kidding you, 1,200 scripts deep we had to pull an overnighter to get them down to like about 150 to 200.
Raven, did you see the testing that was done for that? Did you see how many tests they did for that? It was
No.
tested on 8 mice, bro.
8 mice.
8 mice.
And these are the people,
No shit.
And these are the people telling me this. I don't know what's in this. This is dangerous.
You want to hear the best part of that testing on 8 mice? This was their variance range. It is either 99% effective or 376 times more likely to kill you.
Oh, jeez.
Yes,
Oh.
it's either 99% effective or
Oh,
376 times more likely to give you long-term complications and possibly death.
That's quite the difference. But I think like even with that duality, like the literal chemical duality, as I just said, you know, cortisol and dopamine, I think that's also keeping us in this, well, in this chaos, in this downward spiral, because like we have all the dopamine hits from like fucking media, like, oh, the shiny new thing, the brand new thing, or like they, careful now.
I'm just laughing at the same time I was trying to smoke.
No, but like,
Idiocracy kicked in, dude. Think about the movie Idiocracy. I was just thinking about this. They're telling us not to put nitrogen fertilizers and all of this other shit on our plants, right? And then they're giving us an alternative. And what is the alternative but a starch? A broken down starch to fertilize our plants with. These motherfuckers are telling us to pour Brondo on our plants. Like the electrolytes, it's got what plants need. Like, what the dude? Think about this.
Like
the new fertilizers they're pushing are broken down
media
sugar.
is such a big player in this world because they like quite literally they provide the dopamine and the cortisol. Like they come out with a new series on Netflix or fucking wherever, you know, new product. And then as soon as you're done watching the new episode, you turn on the news because that's
I've been guilty of that my whole life though. And I think everybody that was born in the TV generation is guilty of it. Like everybody remembers that show that started at that certain time that they had to be in front of the TV to see. Right? For some, it was Beavis and Butthead. For others, it was Speed Racer. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, right? But everybody had that show.
X-Files.
Right?
Dude. X-Files.
Raven. Let's talk about this real quick. The last season of the X-Files.
Those were our dopamine hits.
2016, the last season of the X-Files. Do you remember what it was about?
An alien virus.
The government creates a virus, puts it out, but not because they want the people to get the virus, because they need the people to take the vaccine.
Exactly. Yeah.
The vaccine starts fucking people up.
Let me put this in front of you. Do you remember the spin-off series, The Lone Gunman?
Sorry.
Do you remember that series?
Which one?
The Lone Gunman. It lasted 1 season. It was between season 8 and season 9 of the X-Files. Actually, no, it took place in the event of season 9 of the X-Files.
Yes.
Okay, so the very first episode, which aired March of 2021, this actually happened. Byers manages to find his father. They are on an airplane, and he's talking with him, and he comes to the realization that the arms race is, the arms race is over. We're done with it. We have an era of peace now. What is this conspiracy around? What's going on, Dad? And when he tells him, he's like, oh my God, you're looking to kickstart the arms race. And he uses the onboard phone to call back to the other two, Langley and Frohickey. And he's telling them what's going on. They then, of course, Langley hacks in and gets access to what the flight path is. And when they see it, they're like, oh shit. And he's like, what's going on? He's like, your plane's going to make an unscheduled stop. He's like, where? He gives him the address. The fucking World Trade Center.
Oh, no shit.
No shit. I mean, I actually have it on DVD.
I've seen multiple things about that too. Like in like what was it? Like March that it could have been the same series, but like March 2001, and they actually they cut that season off. Like they took it off TV. They took it off cable. Like very like it just so many, and that's another thing that I am still trying to wrap my head around. Why are we being shown what they are going to do? Like, is it just
it's to numb you to it beforehand? If they slowly break the idea of aliens to the population, right? And then all of the sudden aliens appear, nobody's going to be freaked out. But if all of a sudden there's an invasion and nobody knows what aliens are, but all of a sudden these things are falling from the sky, like Orson Welles' War of the Worlds.
Yeah,
that was a test,
also
bro.
Heard the like the more spiritual aspects of it, that it has to do with karma. Like they're actually telling us these things so that we like may stop them and whatever. And like when they whoever they are, like the mysterious they that everyone keeps talking about, whenever they actually do it, it's like, hey, we told you what we're going to do.
You mean like the
We
Vatican
showed you
2 months
numerous
ago?
times. You decided not to stop us, so the blood is not on our hands. You should have seen it. You could have stopped us.
When the Vatican 2 months ago said, hey, we need to have a discussion about how the oncoming call about aliens is going to affect the church's position.
And
you guys not hear about that?
Yeah, I heard about that, but here's something else I don't know if anyone else noticed. I did. I spoke up about it. I literally talked about it at work and just got, and that was it. That's all I got. And I was like, hey, hello, are any of you tuned in?
Did the church just ask us?
No, the event that I'm talking about was when the lockdown started. There were articles coming out that our government, the U.S. government, I think Department of Defense declassified a whole series of documents confirming the existence of extraterrestrial or extra-dimensional craft, and they had given it a brand new designation, so they're not UFOs anymore. They're
UAPs.
That one, yeah, UAPs.
Unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Exactly. There's also ATIP. All these things started coming out, and I mean, it was a flood of information shotgunned out all at once. No one took notice. No one. I was the one that caught it, and I was like, guys, you ain't gonna believe this. Forget the lockdowns for just a minute. Check this out. And I've got my phone. I had the article up, and I'm like, check this out. This is real. They've actually done this. And I got, and then they just went on their way. I'm like,
yeah.
Are you guys? Hi. Are you guys too?
Yeah. Are we in the same bubble of reality?
Yeah. Well, they're in a bubble, all right.
Oh, yeah, and that's
Raven,
just the thing. Like,
doesn't that make you wonder?
That's the thing that I was talking about with media too. Like, they'll come up with a grand story, like, you know, the new thing to be angry about, whether that be like Ukraine or like we switched to Iran, I believe. I don't know. But
no, Russia's threatening nukes again. We're back to being angry at Russia.
Okay, so it's basically that's another cycle, like the news cycle, you know. But it's like, look at what they're telling you, look at the story that they're pushing, and then look for the story that is not being told. The story that is being pushed is meant to cover up the story that should actually be told about. You know, it's like it's magic, but stage magic, you know, sleight of hand. You know, if I
It's
draw,
illusion.
if I draw your attention to my right
Misdirection.
hand, you have no idea what the left hand is doing. So I could be doing
Robbing you
whatever,
blind.
but because your attention is here, you
Here's the
don't see
perfect
it.
Here's the perfect example. What Raven was talking about with the release of that information in the church and all of that. Raven,
Yeah.
do you know what happened the same week they released all of that?
No.
Hillary Clinton stood trial.
Oh.
She was convicted guilty of the Russian collusion hoax. She was actually found guilty of manufacturing the Russian collusion hoax that caused all the divide that's
I do
happened in
remember
America
that,
now.
Yeah, I do
Right?
remember that. Yeah.
She was fined $8,000 for it.
Oh, fuck off.
That's a drop in a bucket.
All that property damage from Benghazi, the Summer of Love, all of that shit that went down because of the division and the hatred for Donald Trump, right? She was fined $8,000, bro.
Oh.
That's a drop in a bucket. It's probably like, you know, do you want cash or check?
But hold on. Do you see CNN or ABC coming out and editorializing and going,
Absolutely not.
hey, we have to backdate about 5 years worth of articles with this editorialization right here?
No, of
That we
course
were
not, 'cause they're all
wrong.
in on it.
Russian collusion didn't really happen. Donald Trump's not really a racist, and all of this other shit that got disproven. They'll never put a disclaimer about it, though. See, they're
And
only
that's-
holding one side responsible right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Only
And that's
one
another
Hello,
cycle. Like
January
it's literally
6th.
another cycle. The news cycle. They cycle the same bullshit over and over
Same
again, and
garbage,
then
yep.
they'll recycle. You know, give it a new coat, give it a new layer of paint, word it a little differently, but it's the same shit over and over again.
That's it.
So there's fear porn and there is dopamine addiction. But there's also the matter of conformity. And I thought I would speak a little about conformity because Scandinavia is famous for that. We're the most conform society in the world, actually. Norway is just as strict as Pakistan when it comes to behavior.
Pakistan, holy shit.
Yeah. There's like this examination on that. And also there's this Swedish dramaticist called August Strindberg. He was a contemporary of Nietzsche, and he used to exchange letters with Nietzsche too. But he spoke about Swedes and that how every form of dissent in Sweden is regarded as insanity. So you cannot show dissent at all. And this is a part. It's not like the Viking spirit at all. It's kind of the opposite of that, and it's really a form of Protestantism. It's this
Do they have
religion.
sanatoriums where, like, if they deem somebody insane, they'll block them in a
No.
sanatorium?
No, they would just be socially isolated, basically.
Which is even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, they're
Social-
living in society, but nobody's paying attention to them. They're basically bastardized.
Yeah, and I believe Scandinavians have been bred for the most part for conformity because everyone who was a dissenter was kind of excluded from society. And it's interesting because my brother wrote a master thesis about Sweden and Sweden's wars, also the wars of Sweden, which they had against Norway. And the nobility of Sweden was very benign compared to the nobility of other countries like Russia, because the Russian authorities would not care about their subjects at all. But if you were under Swedish occupation and they needed soldiers, you could write the king, for instance, and say, we can't give you anything now. We can't give you horses. We can't give you men because we were unable to. And the nobility or the authorities would take heed. So Swedes have been used to having relatively benign authorities. And this bites them now because it's become so impossible to say no or disagree.
In America, we've run into the exact polar opposite. We're a country that was founded by people rebelling against a monarchy. And I mean, we've gone through civil wars and inner strife, and of course we will. We're a country full of rebels. You know what I mean? It's like that old joke about the prison kitchen when the sausage gets stolen. Of course it does. Everybody in here working's a fucking criminal. You know what I mean? Like it's a, you know, it's the standard.
And confirm.
You know, it's that thing that when you step outside of the society and look back in, you go, oh yeah, no shit. How didn't we figure that out a long time ago? You know what I mean?
And that's what the Netherlands is similar, but we're more of a sober folk. Like I've been
the Netherlands is a very liberal area.
Talking about that with someone on Twitter, like one of my followers, Celtic Pagan, or no, someone else, I believe. I don't know exactly, but like I'm engaged to an American woman. I'm engaged to Keely. She is well as American as you guys are, Josh and Raven. And I'm European myself, so I can see both sides very clearly. And what I have been noticing, and what the guy I've been chatting a bit with on Twitter has been noticing, that where was I going with this? Like, oh yeah, America, yeah, like America, especially now, or Americans just in general, they make a huge problem out of everything. Like they get mad for the slightest thing. Like, my burger is supposed to have 3 pickles and you only gave me 2. What the fuck? I'm gonna burn down this whole fucking place.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a very generalized European opinion.
I look at it like this. That's a parenting problem, and I say that because my dad was a Marine, and that was before I was born. He was discharged before I was born, but you can tell that attitude has stayed with him his whole life. He worked on the railroad, so he was gone like almost 5.5 days a week. So he's barely home. We're raised by mom. But the thing was, Dad, it was just set in stone. We were to be raised a certain way. And even though some of my attitudes have changed, even though, I've kind of gone through some experience, and a lot of it came from poor judgment.
Yeah, I'd say that comes with life.
That comes with life. Even through all of that, like I'm not even gonna kid you. I went to McDonald's one day. I placed an order through my app. I went through the drive-thru. I got the bag of food. I drove off. Got the fries, and they got one of my sandwiches completely wrong. I got a fillet of fish instead of like a burger or something like that.
Ew.
And I mean, I could have gone back and raised a fuss. I could have gone back and said, "Hey, you got this wrong." At the time, I was just so hungry that I just ate.
That fillet of fish was good, wasn't it, brother?
It was good. But I mean, in this area that I live in, slightest little thing like that will just set somebody completely off. And I'm like, whoa, calm down. We're talking about a sandwich here, okay?
Bro,
yeah,
it's not that deep.
And
St. Lucie County. St. Lucie County, the city I live in. You can look up a newspaper article from 2014. Dude orders. His wife goes to Burger King and gets him a sandwich, or not his wife, his girlfriend, right? She goes to Burger King and gets him a sandwich. She does not get him a double Whopper, and he asked for a double Whopper. She got him a single Whopper, right?
Oh, no.
She gets back home and hands him his single Whopper. He shot her and her fucking kid over it.
Oh,
right? Yeah. Dude shot her and her 3-year-old over an extra slice of meat, dude.
Like, now do you understand why us Europeans call you Americans just mad?
High strong, yeah.
Right. Tyler Hadley. Have you guys heard that story?
Yeah.
17-year-old kid that beat his family to death with a hammer. He lived freaking 4 miles from where I'm sitting right now. Right?
Oh.
Listen to this shit. This kid,
But
he was
you'll
a spoiled
always-
little kid from Port St. Lucie, right?
You
Has
always
everything
hear about
he
those
wants.
things in America. Like you'll
Right.
rarely hear of European, especially Northern European. Dutch,
Right.
German, Belgian.
You know the
Like,
reason this kid
we're a
killed his mom and dad,
sober folk.
Stein?
Sorry?
Do you know his reason for killing his mom and dad?
They took his PlayStation.
No.
He wanted to have a party. They were supposed to leave town. He wanted to have a party.
Oh, boy.
They found out he was going to have the party, so they canceled their fucking plans and decided to stay. He already had people coming over, so he couldn't uninvite them.
Well, here's
So
something.
he just got rid of his parents in a
He beat
pretty
them to
damn
death with a
permanent
hammer.
way.
He hit his mom like 27
Yo.
times. He killed his dad with the same hammer. He dragged them into their bedroom, put them on their bed, threw a bunch of sheets and clothes on top of them, and then commenced partying for 3 days in that house.
Yo. Oh, that
But you'll rarely hear those stories come out of Europe. I mean,
Europe.
yeah, in Norway you had Breivik,
Mhm.
but like it's very
It's an outlier.
yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. Like when it happens, it's totally fucked up, messed up, and mass casualty. Like if you're gonna do it, then do it good, you know. But
I think in America, our problem is publicizing it.
That's where I was going with
publicizing,
it,
glorifying. I've actually been
Glorifying.
Well, yeah.
I've been talking to Keely about that for the last couple of days.
Fame
'Cause
again. Anyone?
Netflix has come out with a series about Jeffrey Dahmer, and she is very she's very sensitive. She's very very empathic. So like she'll listen to to podcasts about like true crime and whatever, and that's fine. It's just as she described it, it's a scary story you tell your friends around the campfire. It's just a story, like it's just audio. But as soon as especially she gets the visuals with it, and just whether it be crime scene photos or like staged for a Netflix series, she has nightmares about that for fucking weeks. And now Netflix has come with a show about Jeffrey Dahmer.
Sarah's watching.
Her, of course she is, and her friends and colleagues, co-workers, they don't shut up about it. Like it's the hot new thing for media. It's it's exciting. It's big. It's scary. It's a serial killer. It's a mass murderer. And it's like, but why are you giving him a spotlight again?
Right. After he's already been given so many.
Well, all right. Now Dahmer's dead. All right. So putting him in the spotlight is one thing. He's dead. Right. But like that kid, Tyler Hadley, that kid got over $500,000 in donations while he was sitting in the county jail, bro. I mean, what in the fuck is wrong with people, bro?
Like, if you think he is sick, imagine how fucking sick the people are that actually donate to him because they feel sorry or like he's just a kid.
He was such an oppressed kid, and his parents should have medicated him. That's another
his
problem. His parents became the villains in that story,
medication. Bro. Well, how many stories do you hear about people who just like literally don't know what they're doing because they're drugged out of their minds?
And
what makes me sick is his parents were the villains in that story. That's how that turned out. Is the media played his parents out in the end to be the villains in that story because they neglected.
Here we go again.
He was depressed and they neglected to get him help.
And if it bleeds, it leads. That's the first part of the problem right there. But here's something. I think this was a discussion I had with Grim Jim. He writes, I'm gonna say he writes some pretty good RPGs. I actually purchased some from him. There are times where he's very reasonable and level-headed about a topic, but when Roe v. Wade happened, this guy completely lost his shit over it. And this guy lives in the UK.
Keely has that happened too with a colleague of hers. Some dudes, a regular, came into the store. Like he always comes into the store and buys donuts for the homeless. Like he is known like throughout the come and go system. he wore a t-shirt that said pro-choice. Like just pro-choice, just a fucking t-shirt. Nothing like really offensive. And well, now a former colleague, she quits, which was really the only right thing to do. She went off on that guy
completely
because
like,
he
just
was
completely
wearing a t-shirt that said pro-choice.
Yeah, and personally, like if you're pro-choice, that's okay with me because I'm pro-choice in just about everything. Whether or not you want to own a gun, what kind of gun you want to own, whether or not you want to
It's
drive a
your
car,
choice to
that's
be
it.
pro-choice.
Again, it's I'll do me, or you do you. I'll do me. Where we just butt heads, we'll just agree to disagree. But one of the things that came up, like he just starts in on this tangent about how we're turning women into brood mares, and I'm like, oh, he went like really hysterical.
Bridesmaid's tale kind of shit.
Right. So
Or
when
the
I
Handmaid's
engage,
Tale.
I mean, my feed is flooded with him constantly popping up with this, and I'm like, okay, this can't go on. And again, on some things I agreed with him. Others I was just like, no, you're not looking at this correctly. Here's what's going on, and I'm trying to explain this to him. It finally ends, and I'm not kidding you. This is where it ended. It came up. It came to the point of, saying, we've got contraception. Oh, but that's not 100% effective. Coming from the man who has been up in our grill about masks and the shot, I'm gonna consider the source. And one of the things I didn't put that in there, but one of the things I put up
Sheer
with was,
hypocrisy.
Yes.
I brought self-control into it, and what I got from him made me go, wait, what? And what it was he said, and I'm going to try to quote this. I'm probably paraphrasing it, but it's in my Twitter feed. You'll have to kind of go back away. But he actually responded after unfollowing me for this. He said, no one can reasonably expect someone to control themselves 100% of the time. I went, and I'm looking at this, and I'm like, where did you arrive at that? I mean, are you immediately letting all rapists off now? Is that where we're going?
And well, hold on a minute, because I think that deserves some huge reform in the child support system if that's the case. Because all those guys didn't have a choice.
That's
right?
Exactly it, right? That's
just
exactly
natural urges.
Yeah, just those natural urges. And
Couldn't help
I'd like to go back to this part of I'm sure you remember this. Farah is the power of lightning and thunder, the power of earth and mountains, of sky and storm. It flows through Thor and his mother Earth into humans, animals, trees, and all beings of nature. As the lightning strike of Farah begins in the womb, the complex flows of energy acting through Dwemer cause each Farah to become a unique individual imprinted by the Dwemer image and formed from the life power of earth and sky. Thus Farah soul and Sawillow soul meet together, bridging the sacred energies between Midgard, the home of life, and Hel, the womb of souls. That comes from someone I know. Say that is basically life begins at conception. That is someone I know from right there in that group, and they released a public statement raging against the decision to reverse Roe v. Wade. And I'm like, I don't know if anyone's read that, but she put it up on her website. It's there. It's this whole book is nothing but a collection of articles, and there it is. Someone else who, like myself, believes that life begins at conception. I am reasonable enough, though, that I will say, listen, I'm not going to legislate your morality. If you find out you're pregnant and you want to abort the child because of health reasons, because it was rape, because it was incest, all those things get an immediate yes for me. I'm not asking questions. Go on about your life.
Yeah, but that's not
There's
even
the
majority of
delicate
the
line,
cases.
though.
There is
There's
a
a
not
really
even
really
line,
majority of
delicate line.
the
and
cases.
I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is, when that person makes that decision to do it, you know, I think past a certain point that should be off the table, and adoption should be the
First trimester. First trimester.
Right. I'm good with that. That is reasonable to me. However, again, that's not, if we're gonna go with my body, my choice, then shut up. If you've been supporting the mandates, shut up, because you don't actually believe it.
All right. Hey
Not
guys,
one bit.
I'm gonna go ahead and log off. Everybody knows,
guys.
find me in the chat. We're getting tornado warnings. So
Okay.
Ooh,
I'm
Yeah,
gonna go
Be safe.
be
bro.
attentive to that. Yeah.
yeah.
And you know, you guys know where to find me. Find me in the tribe. I'm always there. Chaldevash 420
420
on
everything,
mine,
right?
Twitter, all across the board.
All right. Peace
Okay,
out.
Love you
well,
guys.
Stay safe.
See you later.
Be safe, bro. Keep us posted, please.
Yes, sir.
Very interesting. I would like to mention very briefly, you know, infanticide was a common form of contraception in Scandinavia in heathen times.
I've actually
So-
heard that.
Yeah. So what you would do is that a baby would be born, and you would just basically put it in the forest, and yeah, it would be gone. So yeah, and that's how you regulate it, because you could not, if you kept the child, what would happen is that your entire family would starve. So it was like a necessary evil within the limits of your ability.
That's how they did it in Sparta as well. Like if they deemed the child inferior to be a Spartan warrior, it's just bye baby.
But in Scandinavia, it was also fully healthy children, you know. So yeah, so you can have.
I think that's one of the practices that we definitely should leave in the past. You know, and that's maybe that's a topic for part 4, because there's definitely going to be a part 4 at this rate.
Because we were talking about this duality of man, and how if you introduce something good in the world, a corresponding evil will take its place.
Because it's duality, it's balance.
Because what happened when we became Christian is that infanticide was forbidden, absolutely forbidden. And then the country got severely overpopulated because there was no food resources. And you must know that Scandinavia is very harsh when it comes to the conditions of nature. Yeah. So basically, everyone was impoverished, and the Black Plague, when it hit the hardest of almost anywhere. So you had a massive die-off.
Especially if the country is overpopulated, then
that's what happens.
The more people that are living there, the more people that can get sick and will die from the Black Plague. Like it wiped out, like it was like 90% of Europe.
If you have poor nutrition, you're obviously weaker. So that basically that's a lot of what happened. So it's very interesting
that's still happening, or like happening again. Like this is just another cycle, you know, with the bugs and with soy and all of that, you know.
So it's very interesting from a philosophical perspective, what you call cruelty or gruesome things. And Nietzsche has a very interesting take on this, because he speaks about if you were to remove the evils from the past, like let's say I am the result of a rape because my granddad raped someone or something, and if I remove that rape, I would also remove myself. I would remove all evolution, all development.
Yeah.
So all this evil is in a way necessary for what we have now.
The grandfather paradox, you know, if you go back in time to kill your grandfather, he wouldn't have conceived your father, therefore wouldn't have conceived you, therefore you would have never been able to go into the past to kill your grandfather, therefore he lives, conceives your father, who conceives you,
Yeah, but
etc., etc.,
this is
etc.
but it's also a question of our attitude towards what we deem evil or cruelties and so on and so forth. Which is
Necessary evil sometimes. Yeah.
not only it can be fully unnecessary. It could be just cruel acts at random, or Emperor Nero going completely insane or something. but
Burning Rome
Schopenhauer
down,
has this notion that if you were to remove one part, a single atom from the universe, you would kind of undo the universe as a whole, because you would kind of pull the plug on the universe by removing stuff, right? So in a sense, that this is the opposite of the social justice warrior view, where every perceived evil is something you must manipulate and attack. And I lack a pickle on my burger, and maybe I'm not saying we should be completely passive or not do anything, or not. If you see an evil act or something bad happening in front of you, I'm not saying that. But
that's the thing. Like all those things that eventually, whether it be as a people, as a nation, as a country, as an individual, all those acts, whether they be good or bad, it has made us into what we are today, who we are today.
And in the Vedic Bhagavad Gita, this book, Krishna advises that there is this prince that is standing in front of a huge battle, and he has to fight his family, and he doesn't want to do so. But Krishna advises him that suffering in the world is endless, and what matters is that you uphold your duties. So you're not supposed to focus on the suffering, because you can't do anything about it. No matter what you do, suffering will be a constant, because everyone will have something to be unhappy about. And if it isn't, let's say you eliminate starvation or poverty, then people will have mental problems or whatever, or something else will pop up.
You'll never be able to eliminate all negative things. Like it's duality, but it's balance. Like, how do you know it's light? Because there's an absence of darkness. How do you know it's dark? Because there's an absence of light.
It's like I've told people time and again during my reading videos. You cannot, as an external force, change the world. You can change you. Once you change you, once you make the decision, you follow through, you dedicate yourself to that change. You had that single-minded focus. You're going to start, a lot of your friends are going to go away, but you will start attracting people towards you that have that same single-minded focus, that single-minded goal.
That's what my late grandmother always told me too.
Right. It just ripples out. And again, the antidote to this is to exercise what I have called truly godlike power, creation. Doesn't matter what you create. You can
creation,
always refine
creativity.
Exactly. Creation is the antithesis of entropy. Okay, so that's why hearing Kraskova's book, in some respect, we are called to be co-creators with our gods. Not that we have a hand in creating the worlds, but we can again and again align ourselves with the primordial acts of creation by aligning our minds and hearts and wills with our gods. I mean, such simple words in simple phrases, and they're right there in front of us. Again, are you looking at this looking to be just entertained? What is it that's entertaining you? Are you looking at this as a tool to empower yourself? Okay, how are you going to do that? The computer I'm sitting in front of right now, I'm communicating with people that I have never met in person, definitely wouldn't mind sharing having a beer with. And on top of that, if you knew me, I don't know, maybe about 3-4 years ago, I've shown pictures of me. I was a wreck. And I've shown pictures of me in comparison now. I'm not quite where I want to be, but I'm getting there. The work is going to be constant. Again, Fairy tales do not exist to tell us dragons exist. They exist to teach us they can be defeated.
Yes.
And that's why I have that love for folk tales. Is why I have all this passion about different things. And furthermore, it has attracted the very people that have that same love and that same passion. And that's it. My world has changed. It's changed for the better. Is it where I want it to be? No. But is it better than what it was? Absolutely. And if I can ever get that farm and that great hall built, I'm flying every single smeggin' one of you to my table. We will be playing some D&D or some Shadowrun or Mutant Chronicles or Dungeon Crawl Classics. I don't care. You pick a book from my library. We're pulling it down. We're playing the son of a bitch. And we're going to have a great fucking time because...
Playing D&D in the Great Hall. That sounds epic. That
right,
sounds
because
awesome.
even for just that moment, we're going to be fucking heroes. We're
Hell yeah.
gonna have those traditions. We'll play Greyhorn the RPG or whatever. We are going to be that. We have that single-minded, determined focus. We have it in spades, and we're saying when others are telling us you're doing it wrong, what have you done is our response. Because they've done nothing. And the reason they want to tear down and subjugate the hero or the heroine is because they've done nothing and that image threatens them. They are ashamed of themselves. They cannot stand it. And so that has to leave because it holds a mirror up to them and says, what have you done? And that's all they hear. They don't hear that they don't have to fly. They don't have to have bone claws or an adamantium skeleton. They don't have to have a cybernetic arm. They don't have to have superpowers. They just have to do something to make their own world better, to attract the others. They are so afraid of losing the people around them because the people around them, for now, validate them. They are scared to death of losing failing a purity test. Dude, take it from me. I intentionally fail those things because I do not want those people around me.
Yeah.
Well,
They are a cancer. And that it personally, if entropy is surrounding me, I'd rather have some of the best and brightest from what they consider the bottom of the barrel. I am good with that. When they threaten me with social ostracism, bitch, I have suffered it and done that. I've made t-shirts. Shit, I got a fucking jumpsuit made out of it. It does not bother me. And we can take a lesson from Tyrion Lannister from A Song of Ice and Fire when he tells Jon Snow to take the term bastard and cloak himself in it, wrap himself in it, armor himself so it can never be used against him to hurt him. And when he questions Tyrion about where he got it, he says, because I drink and I know things.
Hell yeah. And I think on those words, we're gonna end it here. It's
holy shit, I closed it out.
Yeah, very well
dude,
said. Very well said.
I just let you go. Like they were such good words. Like I didn't want to interrupt you, and I know this would be such a great ending for this podcast. Like we've been going on for like close to 4 hours now. I believe light up we're on the same time zone, I believe. So it's like around or like getting close to 3:30 a.m. in the meantime. Yeah. We started with 6. Now we're with 3 left. 2 new faces actually for the Ragnarok series.
Really, really interesting to be here. So yeah.
Dude, you came with some amazing things, and like I know you have more. Like you said, you have like basically a book of notes. So you are definitely more than welcome to come on for episode 4 soon on the 25th of October. Like we're planning it for the 25th of October. We're gonna start a new series, which will be a deep dive and dissection of Lord of the Rings, the symbolism used, and the references to all like the religious texts and whatever, because there is just so much to break down in
Yeah,
just
wow.
the three main movies, in just the three main films.
Well, I can tell you this,
but-
just as an aside, like this book got recommended to me and I wanted to kind of throw it out there. But
Okay. Final part.
this one. Legend of Sigurd and
Oh,
Guthrun. And this, I'm gonna say this right now. I've been through this, and let me tell you some of Tolkien's notes on this part of the Volsunga saga were absolutely eye-opening. They were beautiful. I am thankful to D.M. Blackwell every day that he recommended this book to me, because this is, I mean, I've got it right next to my Hobbit and Lord of the Rings trilogy. I do recommend this. If you can get your hands on a copy, do it as soon as possible. You won't regret it.
Have you guys? It's very common in Norwegian homes. Have you ever read the Heimskringla, the Norwegian royal sagas?
not yet.
I
Not yet.
think-
There are many books that I still have to go through and like do the podcast and have a day job and all of that. So.
Yes, understandable.
I think I actually have a copy of that. It was written by the some of the people that I shared a group with. I think I purchased a copy of it at the South Jersey Pagan Pride Festival. I think I did. As a matter of fact, let me go see just real quick.
Yeah, I can talk a little while he's gonna talk a little bit about it, because it's like a chronology of the Norwegian kings, and the Christian content get more space, as you can imagine, but there's a lot of excerpts of skaldic poetry, and it's a lot of our only sources for certain historical events, like Norway's first king, Harald Fairhair, and the things he did. And because the whole region was just a series of petty kingdoms, you might say, and the Norwegian nobility did not like that someone took kingship over the whole country. So many of them fled to Iceland. That's the reason Iceland was colonized, because they didn't want a king. So they founded a republic there.
Save all of that, because I'm sure we can tie that back into all the sagas and Ragnarok and the Yugas and just everything. Save it for episode 4, because there's definitely going to be an episode 4.
That's one I don't have, unfortunately. I've got the Hrafnista sagas. I've got the saga of Frithjof the Bold, and I got Dr. Jackson Crawford's last book, which I think had the saga of Rolf Kraki in it. And I haven't gotten around to reading it, but seriously.
Many more texts, many more books, many more sagas to go through.
Books.
So this has been the Greyhorn Pagans Podcast, Ragnarok episode 3. I think we set another record on length. I'm not sure exactly when I started recording, but we have been on with the room open for like 4 hours now. Like we can seem to keep it under 3.5 hours when we're doing this.
There's so much info.
Oh yeah, man. Like episode 1, episode 2 both have been like 3.5 or just under 3.5 hours. I think we are at equal length at the moment, and like with the time and all, and just like how many people there are left, like we can go into so much more. Like I can sit here till the sun comes up, which will be in like a couple hours.
Yeah.
So I am going to leave it at this. If you guys just want to plug your stuff real quick, then I'll just say some final words, plug the Greyhorn stuff, and we're out.
Well, Light, go first, man.
Yeah. Am I supposed to say some final words? Is that it?
Yeah, so like some final words
yeah,
and
please.
just where the people may find you, may find your work, your writings.
Yeah, my introduction was a bit confused, to be honest. So I can just repeat it here. I have this art channel called the Lysalv, which literally means light elf, and I have an English section there. Basically, it's those video poems that I talked about, and not the ones that got me reported, if that helps. I also am
That's
on.
a shame.
I'm also on Odyssey, where I've started doing eroticas, basically just featuring some music and pretty ladies. I like doing that, and I don't have much
Music
of
and muses.
yeah, I don't have much of social shame. Other than that, I am a writer and artist. I have done a lot of things. I've published a book, and I have a channel on survivalism, but it's all in Norwegian, unfortunately, so it's not accessible at all. So I'm sad to disappoint you there. I don't know what I will do in the future. I can't give any promises. So what I have in English is really sparse. Yeah, so that's it. But
we have listeners. We have listeners worldwide, so I'm sure there are people who speak Norwegian or are willing to learn Norwegian.
Don't report me to the police, please. If you're Norwegian.
Babble. There's always babble.
I won't. I won't. That's for sure.
There's always babble. I can learn a language.
So goodbye for now from Light.
Yes.
And
Raven, take the floor.
I am Raven Wulfgar. I have a channel on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, Rumble, and CloudHub. It's strictly I don't want to say strictly a tarot channel, but I do tarot readings Monday through Friday. I try to get them out before 11 a.m. Eastern. So if that's your thing and you want to come in and check out a free reading, go right ahead. There are ways to get private readings. I mentioned those earlier. If that's not your thing, just enjoy the free content. Live stream this Saturday. We'll be doing some tarot readings and raising money for the Greyhorn Pagans to get some editing equipment and produce some better videos for you. If you need anything from me, I do have a link tree, and you are free to join me on any of my social media sites, contact me directly, talk to me. I really don't have a lot going on social media except maybe Twitter for tabletop RPGs, but even if you want to just talk Swiss Army knives, contact me. It's all good, and I hope to see you on the channel.
Awesome. Well, I'm Stein Fox, the Jarl. You can find me basically anywhere under the name Stein Fox. You can find me on Telegram, of course, in the tribe, and just private. I am on Twitter. Unfortunately, I did have to make Twitter because it is still the best place to promote stuff.
Big reach.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, it's still the digital town square. So, but twitter.com/SteinFox, minds.com/SteinFox, t.me/SteinFox for Telegram, t.me/Greyhorn Pagans. It's our Telegram group where we are most active. We are also on Minds. Unfortunately, that you can find us through minds.com/Greyhorn Pagans. That would be amazing, and I'm gonna suggest it to some devs. But just look us up on Minds, Tribe of the Greyhorn Pagans. If you want to support our work, you can do so through Patreon and Ko-fi, Kofi.
I have trouble with that myself.
I don't know.
I'm so glad. I'm so happy to know I'm not the only one. Thank fuck.
No, like I don't know. Should I pronounce it like how I should pronounce it, or like the English way, or just whatever? Anyway, ko-fi /Greyhorn Pagans, patreon.com/Greyhorn Pagans. We have different tiers with different benefits, of course. On our Patreon, we started a new tier, just the Storytime tier with original stories from Joshua Fortini, Child of Ash, Fortini, who had to leave early because of tornado warnings. Joshua, please be safe. Yeah, we are on Odyssey. This is being live streamed, has been live streamed on my personal YouTube channel. You can find our podcast pretty much everywhere where you may listen to your podcast. Sorry, guys, it's late, it's early. I'm having trouble with forming words, forming thoughts.
All motherfuckers need a link tree.
I had to make a new link tree because they blocked my old one.
Oh no.
Yeah, they did. No idea why. Never got
My goodness.
I didn't even know until I tried to log in. It's like, oh yeah, that link tree doesn't exist.
Oh.
Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. We blocked it because of reasons. Okay. So I am no longer to be found on Linktree under Stein Fox. Now it's Jarl Fox. Gotta get that Fox in there. You guys have been amazing. Everyone that has come on and left already has been amazing. This has been episode 3 of Ragnarok and the End Times. I am looking forward to episode 4, and I'm also very much looking forward to starting our new series with the deep dive and dissection of The Lord of the Rings. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. It's been hella long already. So I wish you all a good day, good evening, good night, whatever applies to you. Have a good one. Thank you all. Until next time.
Oh.
My fucking God.
Yeah, that was a.
Y'all motherfuckers need a link tree.
Oops.
Hey, Light Elf, dude, I'm not even gonna lie. I could listen to you talk like all day. Like seriously.
Oh, I've gotten many messages from Keely too, like, oh, he needs to come on more. Like, why isn't he in the tribe on Telegram? Like, he has such good stuff. And like, it's like, yeah, I know.
I'm
That's exactly
seriously,
why I invited him.
I'm considering going to the channel and checking it out just to listen to it. Because I don't know, man. Like, I dig that accent. I can't tell you why. I just do.
It's European.
Well, I'll tell you this much. I've seen Hrafna's channel on YouTube where she gives, like, she's the one, she and Dr. Jackson Crawford, thank goodness for them, because if I had not listened to them, I would still be pronouncing a lot of these names. Just my pronunciation would be so totally janky. But
Bloody Americans.
oh, right. I mean, and we even had an Australian actor mispronounce Breithiablik, which I was like, what the fuck did he just say? And I tried to, I didn't understand it. I had to try to figure it out. And it wasn't until Hrafna's channel that she actually mentioned it, but she has almost no accent until she speaks in Icelandic. Once she spoke in Icelandic, I was like, I'm just going to sit right here. You go ahead and talk, honey. Oh my goodness, I am so digging this right now. And I must have watched.
If you were
her
a woman, you'd be moist as hell.
What? Thank goodness this isn't being recorded, because I could just imagine this getting back to her and she would be like, no.
Well, I mean, technically we're still live on YouTube.
Oh, we are.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Our podcast, our tribe, like, just anything goes. You can say anything, and we have said many things.
Yeah, we have said many things, and
even on your stream.
Oh yes, even on my stream. And you know what? I'm good with it because I'm not monetized. So that's just kind of thing. I don't want to do tarot for money. It doesn't interest me at all to do it that way. Like I would rather work out like a trade and barter deal would be much more beneficial. And there are people where I could tell they're in pretty dire straits. They need a fucking reading, and I've broken down and just done one on the spot for them. And and didn't charge them a thing. Didn't ask for anything in return. I just, as long as they come back with, "Hey, that really helped," that's all I need. I'm good
Yeah.
with that. This is this is one of those gifts that I am completely thankful for now that I've gotten past my fear of it, and life changing. It made a believer out of me. So when you're faced with stuff like that, I don't care how many UAPs or BODs or whatever appear in the fucking sky. That's not going to negate my belief that the other realms there are other worlds than these, and magic exists in all of them. And where there's no belief, magic can't exist.
Mm.
And I'm telling you, man, once you put yourself into that position, once you've just kind of given yourself over to the gifts that you have, there's nothing like it. Nothing in the world.
Nope.
Yeah, it's like those. I did want to bring this up, but I just completely forgot. But it's a side thing. There was an
Episode
article,
4, bro. Episode 4. We got another 3.5 hours to go. So,
but it was no. This is just something that it really wasn't like really that important. That's why I just kind of forgot about it. There were two Romani women saying that white people should burn their cards. I mentioned it on my live stream, and I was just kind of like, you know what, mate, fuck off. And that was kind of one of those things that I was like, how dare you? How dare you tell someone that they can't use the tool and hone and enhance their gifts? That's why I said these people, they deserve nothing but derision, mocking, ridiculing, where applicable. Literally walk away from them and do your own thing as you must. Let them follow you around. Let them sit there and screech, because again, it threatens them. Because they care so much about it, and they see you don't. That threatens them, and I'm okay with that. I am so good with that. But yeah, guys, if you get a chance, this book right here, get a copy any way you can. It's really, really good. Or just go to her website, heathensoullord.net, and read it there for free. It's
just
it's really that good.
Light Elf, that goes for you too. Just send me the things that you want in the like in the credits, stuff, whether that be links to books or your work or whatever. It all goes in the description and the show notes and whatever. So
cool. I'll grab those. I've really only got a couple links here. I'll just grab them and
that's fine.
Yeah, I just did that. I just sent the 2 links I wanted out.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks. I'll start a bit of the editing process tomorrow, just kind of making it a whole. So
that's probably a lot of work, I can imagine.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Speaking from experience, like that's
editing 5 hours. That's yeah.
I'll tell you this much. I used to do another series of videos. I was about over a year ago. It's well over a year ago. And that series of videos, every video was probably about maybe 20 minutes at the most. And they took in excess of like 20 to 24 hours to prepare. Like I was literally writing the script, I was researching, the shooting wasn't even the hard part. It was shooting in costume.
Just the recording and whatever, like that's the easy part. Like this is the easy part. It's all the just the editing and finding the right visuals and the right music and whatever, and make sure that like just anyway, like on YouTube, like don't get like copyright striked or just like
I actually got one.
anything. I actually am trying to keep the editing to a minimum, because like I'd be just editing one video for a week straight and then still see stuff and come up with stuff like, I want to tweak this a bit, I want to tweak that a bit, I want to add this, I want to add that. And I'd be working for 2 fucking weeks on one video, still have my day job, working 40, 50 hours a week in the professional kitchen, and then trying to sleep like at least like 7.5 hours a night. So it's so much. I seriously need to get an editor.
Do you ever have
I need to get an outside editor for all of this shit,
Do you ever have problems like actually watching yourself or listening to yourself?
Not anymore, but since I have done voice classes like voice acting and such, I have gotten used to hearing my own voice over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, I'm dude, even after what is it, almost two years of doing tarot videos, I still have major like I hear myself and I just tense up. I'm like, oh
yeah,
God,
you just cringe and you're like, do I really sound like that?
Yeah.
Is that how other people hear me?
Yeah.
Oh.
My problem is that I get really nervous the first minute I'm talking at anything. If I'm going to hold a speech, I have no problems with anything but the first minute. It's always horrible. It's always been like that.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't even notice. Like you seem to flow into it pretty easily. I mean, there was maybe like a little stop start, but then you went right into it, and I was like,
yeah, or when Josh just bulldozed his way through.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Josh does what Josh does. He does it every podcast. He has done it for every multi podcast we did. He'll have something that he wants to say, and he'll just like bulldoze right through.
Right, it's like, hey, Fortini, calm down just a little bit. Hold that thought, bro. Write it down. We're gonna come back to it. I'll
Josh,
promise it.
Give other people a chance to talk to. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
That's why I give like a little visual cue. Like, I'll do that just to, hey, I got something here, but
he'll barely notice. So the only way, the only way
like
of getting through to him is basically just bulldozing through Josh.
He's a lot like a freight train. I'm like, but I mean, what comes out of his mouth is not useless information.
No, definitely. He makes great points.
Excellent points at that.
I'm used to Americans being glad to talk. That's very that goes with the territory. They like talking, but that's okay. They're an extroverted people, so.
But at least now we actually talk about things, and it's not just meaningless chit chat.
That is true. I mean, it's one thing for us to identify all the entropy going on with us, our civilization, which I'll be honest with you, since reading Conan, I have come to agree with Conan.
I'm a big fan of Conan. Big fan.
My man.
Oh yes.
I've got to start getting physical copies of those books because I have his collected stories, like just all the Conan stuff he wrote in one book, and I listened to it and I was like, I go back and I watch the movie now. I'm like, that's not him. That's not him at all. He is.
It's very hard to rightly portray a book on video, or just like a series or a movie or whatever. It's so hard to translate it from one form of media to another.
But the first movie is actually pure genius, even though it can't be a replica of Conan as written. The first movie is so good. It's a masterpiece.
It is.
I should start watching the movies. I've never seen them.
I'll be honest with you. I liked the second one, and I still watch the second one because to me, it's a perfect D&D movie. Just like the 13th Warrior, they're both perfect D&D movies. It's what you can watch to get an idea of what that game's going to be like. But here's the thing: like a lot of people, when I mention this, the most hardcore Howard fans fucking hate me for this. I actually liked the version with Jason Momoa in it. My only complaint was that he wasn't, bulked up and bigger. But I mean, he could only really do so much to bulk up for that role.
Well, I mean, there are means, and
There are means, but many of them aren't legal.
like Hollywood cares. Like
Hollywood cares.
No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's Screen Actors Guild. He's union. The only thing that I think he's
but like chicken, rice, and broccoli, right? That's how they get so
ripped.
like jacked.
No, that's how they get ripped. That's how
That's
how they shed the weight. And they're eating like 6 meals a day.
Yeah.
Small.
No,
meals,
like no PEDs whatsoever. Just chicken, rice, and broccoli.
I mean, look at The Rock. I mean, that dude, when he was on the set of Hercules, I was actually on Instagram at the time. He was posting pictures, of his back to the camera, and he'd be like, "It's been 6 months of clean eating. Can a brother get a donut?" And I'm like, first world problems.
Clean eating and just a whole lot of PEDs. Like you don't get to that level, natty.
Yeah.
Like there is just no way you don't reach Mr. Olympia, like finalist Mr. Olympia bodybuilding size without using sauce.
Yeah, you have to have something there.
Oh yeah.
But I thought he still did a good job for a pastiche.
Oh sure, like that. It doesn't take anything away that like he used something extra to get that big. Like you still have to put in the work. Like I'm a big fan of More Plates, More Dates on YouTube. Like he really breaks down a lot of the chemical stuff as well, like how it works and whatever. And the one thing that people think is, oh, I'm just gonna go on steroids or like whatever kind of PED and just get big, buff, and jacked. Like I can shoot up, sit on the couch, do nothing, and just get big and jacked because roids. That's not how that works.
No.
You still have to put in the work.
Yep.
You still have to eat and train hard.
Yep.
It's a lot easier to break through that ceiling that way.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it also leads to a lot of like tendon ligament tears, enlarged heart.
And that's why so many bodybuilders
are having heart problems. Yeah,
even
so many wrestlers are having that stuff.
Oh yeah, like just any of your favorite wrestler, if they're big and jacked, they're using PEDs. Oh, but like they have like the wellness tests and like the wellness policy. Yeah, if you're a
they're all on steroids.
I have
exactly. Like if you're a main eventer, they don't pay as much attention to it. Like even in the UFC, I believe that Conor McGregor, like for the whole of 2022, he is not tested at all.
That's a scary thought. But honestly, John Cena, the only reason I don't think he's on the gas is because he has stayed the same size since he started. He has not gotten any bigger.
But he's fucking Superman.
Smaller. And yeah, he basically is Superman.
6 months out with 6 months out with an injury, make that 4.
All right, like
I'm going to leave, guys. So good night to you.
Yeah, it's good night, bro.
Yeah,
sleep well.
You too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think Cena's on the gas. I know a lot of the
I don't know.
The new generation guys like Shawn Michaels, I don't think he was. I seriously I think maybe Triple H might have. Because that dude went from...
He was ripped and big and came back with kind of a gut.
Well, so he's with D-Generation X. he has, he has a physique. It's nice. It works. Then post Degeneration X, when he starts becoming the game, he's bigger, he's ripped. I'm like, that's
It's
gonna
all
work.
about the game,
Yep. And
or
how you
all
play
about the
it.
gains, I guess.
Yeah, he was sitting with those games. Lou Ferrigno, I don't think he ever did that. At least without a doctor's supervision. Personally, I've done steroids, but that was because I had upper respiratory infections, so that's a completely different animal.
Yeah, that's medical. That's
Yeah.
different.
But
Oh, so you're not natural.
when Vince got caught up in that steroid scandal, I thought that was the end of it. I literally, when that happened, I was like, that's it, it's over.
And now the
WCW is
game
all it's gonna remain.
runs WWE. He runs creative. He does everything.
Has it gotten any better though? I haven't been watching, so because I've been so busy.
But I don't watch WWE, but I do keep in touch with like the internet wrestling community, and from what I've heard, first of all, a lot of people have come back that were fired by Vince.
I've seen that. I've seen Braun Strowman and several others. Yeah.
Yeah, Gargano. Like just Triple H's guys. His stars basically. At least back in NXT, he brought them back and put them on the main roster, and like he's taking care of them. Like Triple H, he knows what he's doing. He definitely knows what he's doing. And like I've heard this a lot being said about Vince. He is a carny. He still has that carny mindset. Like you saw that, like especially in the like the Attitude Era, the bra and panties matches and whatever. That's straight up carny
Spectacle.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's straight up carny shit. But not taking away anything from what he accomplished, he built a $1 billion company. He took his father's company world fucking wide.
Yeah,
he made like Vince McMahon, Vincent Kennedy McMahon Jr. like made WWE what it is today. So not taking away anything from him.
Can't deny
he
that.
was carny.
Yeah. And honestly, dude, I think it, like, my biggest chief complaint with WWE right now is they have not given China a solo induction into the Hall of Fame. And that is,
but
that's the part.
Like AEW is struggling too, like especially in the world title scene, fucking CM Punk getting injured again. And like
CM Punk, I was such a fan, but I, like when he was gone from wrestling, his story seemed to stay straight. Now that he's back, I'm like,
he did
all those people
at first. He did great at first, but I think that was like the initial, just like, oh, he's back.
Yeah, and now dude.
Now we're seeing why he left and why people started disliking him. Like the rant again, and the playing hot potato with the world's title. They should have kept it on Moxley. I know you cannot make CM Punk lose in his hometown, especially if it's a world title match. I get that. You would have riots, like fucking literally. Like if CM Punk loses, we riot. They would have.
And some of them are serious about that kind of thing. But honestly, like you heard all the stories, like the rebuttals to his interview with Colt Cabana, that he was difficult to work with.
He is still going on about that shit. And even in AEW, he has made efforts, or at least told.
But now it's
told management that like, hey, I don't like Cabana working here. Can we get rid of him?
What happened between the two of them?
I don't know, man.
I mean, I heard about Colt Cabana suing. One of them sued the other. I was like, wait, what is that all about? it can't be over that podcast because CM Punk pretty much carried that entire podcast.
I don't know. That dude is he's still butthurt and he won't let it go. Now he's working with Colt Cabana in AEW, even though Colt Cabana is like way down on the card.
Oh boy. It's like at some point you have to question, okay, well, are all those people really wrong? Because the reports that are coming out of AEW
No.
are kind of saying that's not the case.
Like,
He
I
really
never-
was hard to work with.
I never witnessed Punk his work in WWE. I didn't start.
Oh, I did. I did.
From what I hear, it was good, and like I've seen
Yeah.
I've seen the breakdowns, and I like especially Wrestling with Regrets, great channel. Like I've seen it. He got robbed, and he was the underdog and whatever. And like at first he really did some great work in AEW. He has had some great matches. His program with MGF was great.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
But
What little I got to catch him, it was great.
But now he has just reverted back to complaining and bitching and moaning and
God. It's like, dude.